to do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio blind. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio blind. Open your heart. me. I can listen to what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe I can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes. You're the sea. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. You're the sea. darkest night. Maybe I can give the radio back. Won't think about you. You look so tired. Cause of the many heavy like you are carrying. You should let them go if you wanna do. You wanna dream and do. Open your heart and show you understand. Your destiny. You say yourself for yourself and for your life, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show you understand. Your destiny. You say yourself for yourself. You think about life, remember me. I can listen to what you want to say, baby. When you are alone in the darkest night, maybe I can give the radio back. Open your heart and show you understand. Your destiny. You say yourself for yourself and for your life, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show you understand.
Were we clipping? Were we clipping? I feel like we were clipping there. I feel like there was at least a little bit of clipping. And I apologize, right? I'm a big proponent of good sound. I am all about good sound. But yeah, if we were clipping, that's definitely not what I was intending. I don't know if that's... Maybe it's just on my end. Can I get some confirmation, chat? How is the sound? Also, thank you, anonymous gifter. It looks like Globbits just got saved from an ad break. I don't know if you even had an ad break during the song. It just took me longer than normal to get to stream because I was talking to somebody in DMs, and it's one of those things. It's one of those things where you're like, all right, I gotta go, and here I am. So yeah, the sound is okay. Okay, well, as long as it's just on my end, it's probably my headphones. Honestly, it's my microphone. My microphone is what I'm getting sound from right now, and it's screwed up. It's only coming out of this ear. I broke something. I jacked the jack. There's a jack in the microphone that I use to monitor my voice, and I jimmied the jack, and the jack got jimmied. And you shouldn't jimmy a jack. That's what I've learned, right? Jimmies and jacks, ne'er the twain shall meet. Scuffed Yeti, indeed. Well, I scuffed it myself. It's all my own fault for like tripping over my headphones, or I don't remember what I did. Oh no, I think I was like kickboxing or something. I think I was literally doing something like that. It's like, maybe you could take your headphones off for that. There's nothing stopping you from taking your headphones off. No, it literally sounds like Zoomer clip. Like I feel like I'm in a meme. Chat, am I in a meme? No hate on the blue microphone. Yeah, it's no hate on the blue microphone company. If they want to sponsor me and send me a fresh one, that'd be great. I don't know, like honestly, I want to upgrade, right? I want to upgrade, and we're getting there, right? It takes an interface, and it takes a SMB. What is an SMB? SM7B is what I'm trying to think. What I'm talking about is the microphone that everybody else has, and one day maybe I will have one too. If you want to help me out with that, apparently my throne link works now. So yeah, like I don't see the Streamlabs announcement. I'm assuming the throne is in there. Somebody was telling me I had it wrong though. It's worth checking into. It's worth taking a look at and just making sure that I think I had the wrong list, the wrong link to my throne wish list. But yeah, you know, like better sound, better video, better stream, and hopefully in the future we're talking about better videos. I just uploaded a rough draft, and I can say that with firm conviction now. That is a rough draft of my first video essay. It's a deep dive into the Sampool Tim. I do this all the time. Sampool Tim Cedar. Yo, I have studied this this drama so much that they're now they've joined in my mind. They've crossed you know, existences. They're fusioned. I don't know. It's like Goku and Vegeta now. They're Vegito. I Vegitoed them in my mind. Now they're the same person. No, they're obviously not the same person. But that Sampool Tim. Sampool, I did it again. How am I so bad at this? How am I so bad at Sam Cedar Timpool? Sam Cedar Timpool. Timpool Sam Cedar, that's what we're talking about. That video is up for Patreons only. You get a sneak peek. You get an idea of what my style is gonna be, but it turns out that drama goes deep. And I have a lot to say about that. So it's gonna be longer than the one you're seeing on Patreon right now. And I've also got my gameplay footage to add in there. You're gonna get to watch some Diablo 4, courtesy of the lovely and talented Vamps, who plays Diablo and all kinds of things way better than I do. So yeah, Vamps has been playing Diablo, recording Diablo, and has gifted me with some of that footage. So yeah, that's you know, powered by I like that Tim Cedar video you put out on Patreon. It was great. That Tim Cedar video is great. Tim Cedar's a grifter, right? That's the comment. You know, the weird thing is that Tim Pool's calling Sam Cedar a grifter, and it kind of seems like maybe this is projection. There's a lot of projection in Tim Pool, and there's a lot of misdirection, and there's a lot of victimhood, and you know, crying about people not giving his music enough credit, his lovely his lovely music. Anyway, but y'all didn't come here for that. You came here for what looks like a little drama explosion. I don't know. I've watched a little bit of this. I feel like there are definitely some apt callouts in this video. This is Foreign Man in a Foreign Land with a video that he calls "When You're Racist, but Rainbow Emoji." So we're talking here about, you know, people's excuses for racism, excuses for ableism, excuses for bigotry, and really just another manifestation of privilege and entitlement that cloaks itself under false pretenses. So you watched it just before this. Oh my gosh, you're on this stuff. Yeah. Well, I feel like, as always, Foreign Man in a Foreign Land has a lot of good things to say. So let me copy this link. You're gonna have some feelings about this. Hey, what's up, 8th Gate? I just finished watching this video, now I'm covering it. Wait, that's a good thing though. Fire emojis are a good thing to be seeing. Sounds good. Yeah, I've realized now there is something that I need to do. I need to get YouTube on the screen. There we go. So if you're not following Foreign Man in a Foreign Land already, you can be forgiven, but only if you click on that link and subscribe, right? And you're gonna be happy that you did. One other thing that you're gonna be happy that you did, if you do it, is hitting that like button, smashing that like button, and letting YouTube know that you really like me. And I'll tell YouTube that I really like you as well, right? It'll be great. It'll be brilliant. Oh my god, I literally don't have a throne timer. Okay, let's fix that. Oh, there it is. Oh my god, why do they set these things for 5-minute intervals? I think I don't think you all would enjoy it as much if the timer went every 5 minutes. That would be a bit much. Okay, so that's there, and then I need to be able to see all of chat. Oh my god, there's so many things that I like left till the last minute that I thought I had done. That, and then there's one more thing. There's one more thing. Oh yeah, it's gotta go here. There. Okay, now I think everything is good. Now I think everything is the way that it should be. What is that word? I have no idea what anybody's talking about today. Do you ever have one of those days? Is this relatable at all? I feel like this should be relatable. Do you ever have one of those days where, like, people say words and, like, they feel like the words should mean only one thing, but in actuality the words are interpretable in multiple ways? Right? There's not enough specificity in what they're saying. Is this just my neurodivergent mind that suffers like this? I don't know. Does anybody else have this experience? When you're communicating with somebody, especially, right? This is particularly when you're communicating with somebody like in an online text situation, and they say something that you interpret in one way, and then you figure out like, no, that's definitely not what they meant. This happens to you?
Twitter.
So I've said this before, this is not new, this shouldn't be surprising to anyone who watches my content. I say the N-word sometimes in private.
Once they catch wind of the plan, they're going to all become incredibly suspicious of pit crews and they will eat each other alive.
If you're a white dude, listen over here, this is the circle for white dudes who—
Oh my god, this really takes me back. This really takes me back, right? Words are hard, yeah, especially if you're a void whisperer, right?
really love saying Nick.
Oh, you know what? We're starting in media res, aren't we? That is Latin for kind of like the Odyssey. Yeah, that's what in media res means. Whenever something's kind of like the Odyssey. Why is it in the middle? You know, it's because of YouTube. YouTube does this thing that's kind of cool, that like when you watch a video and you know, you come back to it later, it keeps your place. Now that's cool if you want to finish the video. But let's say that you like finished the video and somehow it remembered the middle and remembered when you stopped in the middle, and it just takes you back there, right? And what you really want is the beginning of the video, because you're watching it with people. You've either got people over to your house or you're me, and you've got people over to your house digitally, right? You're over at my house right now, and yeah, in media res. No, it means actually like the Odyssey. That's what it means. I'm teasing. Yes, it means in the starting in the middle, right? It's a style of writing, I guess.
This video is brought to you by Ground News. From bona fide celebrities like J.K. Rowling.
From what I know about J.K. Rowling, she used to have an abusive husband, I believe, didn't she? And like for those reasons, I think she's kind of using.
You like my definition because it's silly, right, Shakespeare? Also, yeah, Foreign Man dropped a new based video. That is correct. That happened. And we're about to watch it, right? And it's going to be a little bit spicy, okay? It's gonna be a little bit spicy. Look, I thought that something was coming down the wire because I remember there being like a Twitter exchange between I don't remember who foreign man in a foreign land was talking to, but it was about Vaush, and I got the feeling from what he was saying in the video that he had a project in the works. Turns out he did, and it was this project right here, and we're gonna get to watch it. The fruits of his you can kind of see because it's got to be like 2 weeks ago, right? You can see how long videos like this take, and I don't know, as far as like editing goes and composition, like Foreign's videos are just in a whole nother class, right? It's a definition plus an example, and it's also silly, and it makes me sound relatable and not as brainy as the glasses might portend. Yeah, because J.K. Rowling is a one-hit wonder, and she only has one thing, Harry Potter. That's it. Yeah, and even the Harry Potter thing is questionable, right? If you really look in, like, I don't know. Like, as far as her writing in Harry Potter, right? If you're look, it says something about your writing if you're falling back on literally racist tropes, right? If you don't have anything, you're like goblins. Let's create the goblins. Let's see, they have this kind of look to them, and they're all bankers, and it's like, okay, JK, maybe do some unpacking. Maybe do some unpacking first, and do your writing second, right? Because otherwise that nasty anti-Semitism is going to end up in your story. And we let Foreign cook, and he delivered. Oh yeah, right. He definitely did. He absolutely.
That as an excuse to sort of project that.
So this is I'm gonna pronounce this incorrectly, but I'm sure somebody in chat could probably correct my pronunciation. Muncat. It's M-U with an umlaut. How do you pronounce that? You say Mun?
Same sort of danger
like Muder? Spicy, defined in the NCC University Press Dictionary as containing many expletive slurs and screenshots from Chud's Discord. Oh my god, that is spicy. No, I think your joke there is his Discord. Yeah, it's literally called Spicy Chat. That's the joke. That's the joke. Not that we have screenshots. Let's not get the debate bozos scared again, right? That's all they need to hear. She's got files. She's got files on all of us. Quick. Burn the hard drive. Burn the hard drive, Chud. She's got files. No.
she had from her husband onto trans women.
Bleach that shit, Chud. Bleach that.
They cancel people that are more.
That's gonna come back to him, isn't it? Somehow.
Cancel J.K. Rowling. My God, J.K. Rowling wrote all the Harry Potter books by herself.
All the what? 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 Mooncat. It's just Mooncat? I want to do something weird with my like mouth when I see an umlaut. Like I know, like okay, so like das Madchen, Mädchen. Is that it? Like you put an umlaut over the ah, and it turns into a, and so the would turn into. I don't know what the turns into. I'm trying to think of a like Mutter, right?
Man just said J.K. Rowling.
Do we need to see this again?
Powerful to me. Cancel J.K. Rowling. My God, J.K. Rowling wrote all the Harry Potter books by herself.
As opposed to what? As opposed to what? Wait, that was misogyny, wasn't it? You wrote all these books all by yourself. Oh my gosh. Wow. I didn't even catch that. No, something like, right, that chord is exactly right. That's the Tiffany's pregnant chord. Like from soap operas, right? Tiffany's pregnant. Ding, you know, you got that dissonant chord that comes in to let you know that something really bad, just something really wrong, something's happening, right? And that's what happened. That was wow, all by herself. Okay, why? Oh my God. NCC was a complicated historical figure known for being the most prolific filing cabinet saleswoman in all of the United States from the NCC. The NCC Cyclopedia. It's not exactly the Tiffany's pregnant chord, but it's dissonant enough, right?
Man just said J.K. Rowling cancelled. Like that's supposed to mean any.
Poor J.K. Rowling. She wrote all those books by herself, and now she has to sit up lonely in her castle. React Vid is at... Oh, you're right! Whoa, thanks for catching that. Thank you for catching that, Kirsafira.
Hold on. How much did J.K. Rowling make last year? I just want to know. I just want to know. How much did J.K. Rowling make last year? I wish I was
Wait, all of what is quiet? Are you talking about the video? Because there's the video and there's me, right? And when you say all of it is quiet, do you mean the video and me? Or do you mean...
cancel Dave.
She said, gender
I'm having trouble with, like, decoding language today. I don't know.
was a fact. And then the trans community got mad. They started calling her a turd.
Actually, she kind of said gender isn't a fact. Right? That's what she's saying. That's J.K. Rowling's whole thing. She doesn't think gender is real. She thinks girls have... Oh my god, I can't say the words. I can't say... Vajayjay. And boys have pina coladas. Yes, that's what she thinks. She's like, it's no more complicated than that.
Trans people make up words
Your puppy chewed on a charging cord? Oh no. Yeah, well, I mean, I hope the puppy's okay too.
to win arguments.
It's Monday? Okay, so everybody's relating to my Monday mood, my Monday brain, my Monday inability to decode language.
Turf is now.
Okay, wait. So wait. Are we saying it's still too quiet after I've turned it up? Because I can fix that. I just have to... Somebody has to remind me. I'm going to put on a gain filter, okay? But after we're done with this video, somebody needs to say in chat, NCC, take off your gain filter, because otherwise NCC will not take off her gain filter. And you're gonna hear Zoomer audio. You're going to hear that Zoomer clipping in the next stream introduction. Is this better?
Acronym stands for Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminists. This is a real thing. This is a group of women that hate transgender. They don't hate transgender women.
Wait, yo, which one is it? Which one is it, though? Yo, I almost am wondering, is his mental project, is his mental, like, process, like, they hate trans women, and then he's like, oh yeah, but like they're the good guys, so we're not supposed to say like trans people, it's okay to hate trans people. Like, what is the mental process go? Oh yeah, they don't hate they hate transgender women. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. Said the quiet part out loud, didn't we? Did we say the quiet part out loud? It sounds good now. It was already okay. You were answering my question. Oh my god, I don't know what language means. I don't know. The puppy is fine. She hasn't chewed on things like that for a long time. That is scary, though. That is very scary. The sound is good now. Okay, so you like the boosted volume. As long as somebody reminds me to take the boosted volume off.
But they look at trans women the way we blacks might look at blackface. It offends.
How did I know this was going to come back? Look, I feel like patient zero here. If you have been around for a while, you might have seen a video on my YouTube channel where I debate a Twitch streamer named Irrelevant, and basically this is Irrelevant's take, right? Comparing being trans to blackface. And I mean, it was a wild thing. Like, it was the kind of thing where I took a minute to answer his question, right? It's one of these things where you do a debate with one of these debate people, right? They like interrogate you. They got a list of questions designed to force you to agree with them, even when they haven't really thought out all their premises very well, right? And this was a premise I just wasn't expecting to hear. I wasn't expecting to have to deal with this weird idea, but apparently, he's not the only one who thinks that. Wow. Dave Chappelle, being a transphobe, not surprised. If you remember that Black LGBTQ plus feminists have been calling guys like him out for years.
Them like, just doing an impression of me.
You see,
Oh my God, this is what they hit Dylan Mulvaney with, right? When they because you got a mix of people criticizing Dylan Mulvaney. You got, you know, you got people that pretend to be okay with trans people, but they think that somehow Dylan is not legit or something. You know, kind of like trans med takes, I guess, about Dylan. You know, being that she's sort of new to she transitioned within the last year, right? And you know how like theatrical she is, and so they characterize her really just like her online identity as being performative, right? As in like her femininity is performative. And believe me, if it's not performative at all, right? She could have so much of an easier life if it wasn't for her trans identity. All of the hate that's come at Dylan Mulvaney, right, has been from transphobia. So yeah, it's a weird accusation, but you got the people like that'll criticize her and say, oh, you know, I'm okay with trans people as long as they don't play sports and as long as they don't, I don't know, go to Pride, and like as long as they don't exist in public, I'm totally okay with trans. I'm okay with trans people in theory. And then you got people that are absolutely like, no. There are no trans people. You got the hardcore turf line.
I knew
but they both agree on one thing. They hate Dylan Mulvaney. Wait, what's going on here? Oh, it's Shark. I don't know who's in the front, but Shark is in the back. I'm not sure. The rest of these people are like blurred out. So,
strong with him as soon as he said blocks. I'm not surprised that he said. You see,
oh,
I knew strong with him as soon as he said blocks. I'm not surprised that he said. I'm not surprised.
Dave Chappelle will often talk about the queer community and then say, well, I'm a black man, I understand marginalization, but then we'll like say some transphobic stuff and we'll say, well, I understand marginalization, I get it, but then these trans people are like,
it's actually anti-black to compare black face to transness. Now I've turned the volume up too much. I'm definitely zoomer clipping it. I don't know if it's zoomer. You kind of got to crush a clip to zoomer clip it. Do you know what I'm saying, chat? When I'm saying clipping, I mean clipping the audio. And a zoomer clip is when you clip the audio so hard it feels like you just stepped on a soda can.
you know, they're harming and attacking this white woman. Again, this like thing we were talking about in another video about like protect the white woman sort of thing. He will defend himself through his blackness. And then other people will also then bring that in too and be like, well, he's a black man. How dare you criticize a black man? You're a white woman. Like focusing on my whiteness rather than the fact that I'm trans in order to push me down and able to talk about him. It's used to stoke infighting between communities and create these like disruption between communities to...
Bigots overreacted to Dylan advertising for Bud Light. Celebrities and internet stars advertise for businesses all the time. She wasn't even the only one repping Bud Light. Yeah, unironically, these are the people that talk to you about cancel culture. These are the people that'll tell you that Dave Chappelle and J.K. Rowling's and Tim Cedar, I mean, and Tim, you know, they'll tell you that all these right-wing figures were unjustly canceled. And literally, I don't know what you want to call what they did to Dylan Mulvaney, but they called her boss. They got on that Karen phone and they called Dylan Mulvaney's boss and said, I don't like this person holding your product. Like in other words, they canned one of her sponsorships, right? They literally pulled the plug on her employment over drinking beer while trans. I still don't understand.
To try and sever off solidarity between them.
Now, I shouldn't speak on this because I am not a woman, nor am I trans. But as we've established, I am a feminist.
Look at him grin. He's so proud to be a... I won't give him a high five. Any face.
I digress. From that to internet icons like Vaush.
Just say
Whew.
Oh,
And
hey,
careful.
couples, wanna see what that tender queers are. I don't take it back. I don't take it back. They are.
There's a legion of case studies that demonstrate a pernicious principle, a privilege, if you will. But the best introduction to this comes in the form of a Jussie Smollett. Now, if you recall, the panorama was the perfect cloak for Jussie's grand opening.
Wait, are we still getting like throttled on YouTube for talking about the panorama? You know what he's saying there, right? Like I think he signaled what the word that he's thinking when he said panorama, right? But I didn't realize that, like, you know, I feel like they went back on their whole ban on misinformation, right? The thing that they had in place as far as public health misinformation, YouTube rescinded that policy. So yeah, there was a while where even mentioning like what was going on with public health at the time, the panorama, as it were, was something that would at least like hurt the reach of your video, and you know, basically because YouTube didn't want like people going on you know, suggesting BoJack Horseman as a treatment for as preventative and curative treatment for the panorama. I will still get demonetized for even saying that word. Yeah, that's what they're saying. Yeah, I think it sort of rhymes with that.
The critically condemned plague, the boot is on my face. The very boot being the metaphorical manifestation of racism and homophobia packaged into a one-act play, armed with enough bleach to make Vybz Kartel himself blush, and a noose bedizening the neck like a plantation-themed party. So whatever True Diddley was at when he took this picture.
Is there anything inside the apartment?
I just don't want my neighbors to know.
Okay.
So I explained to them how you were going to get something in. And the reason I'm calling because...
Okay. Do you want to take it off or anything?
Yeah, I do. I just want to see.
72 Reverend. Shows transporting one female official detention.
Bleach on me. If you bleach on me.
Okay.
Jussie clamored that he was accosted by two black men who called him homophobic slurs and popped it off with, "This is MAGA country."
This song's dedicated to my homies in that gangsta league.
The fact that this was so perfectly fulfilling the precipitous requirements for a hate crime made me dizzy. My head did bounce like ball and was swinging more than playground. Then celebrities proliferated the internet with responses of support for the Empire actor Jussie. And if you don't remember the show Empire, it brought you classics like this. But the very actor that played Jamal Lyon turned out to be lying. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh, but if you would stage a hate crime, right, then why besmirch the couple of them instead of the that swapped their hoods for hats?
Bench. This is where we waited for Jussie to come before we attacked them.
Anyway, the world dragged Jussie like a dead deer off to the side of the road because in an attempt to apprehend the attention Jussie believed he was entitled to, he got the type of attention nobody wants: infamy. So what did he do in order to ward off the warranted criticism he got?
Oh, also, Iron Orchid, I don't know if you've lurked already, but thank you for contributing to my audio interface. We are 28% of the way there towards being able to pay for that, right? Towards improving the sound quality, both for you and for me. Like, I'm the one here with like getting audio in half of my ear right now. So thank you so much, right? Thanks. That's
He did this.
That is definitely something that I really need. Okay, so
I'm not. That's what I was trying to say.
Okay? I'm not. Okay? I am not. I am innocent, and I'm not.
Wait. Okay, so I just realized we definitely need to switch to this scene right here so that you can see what's being said.
The criticism he got? He did this.
Say to Your Honor that I am not. That's what I was about to say.
Without me saying the word, you see what he's saying.
I am not. Okay? I am not. I am innocent, and I am not. If I did this, then it means that I stuck my fist in the fears of Black Americans in this country for over 400 years and the fears of the LGBTQ community. Your Honor, I respect you and I respect the jury, but I did not do this. And I am not suicidal. And if anything happens to me when I go in there, I did not do it to myself. And you must all know that.
Jussie dual-wielded the race card and the gay card, which in a white supremacist cishet society is somewhat of a draw for of performative people who brandish social justice warrior in their bio and bios alone. Now, you'd probably say a retort that those marginalized cards didn't save Jussie from jail, nor did his lawyer, who is the current lawyer for the monospheric mogul Andrew Tate. No.
I did not know that. Same lawyer, apparently. Wait, really? Wait, how does that work? All I know about Andrew Tate is that his legal troubles are with the country of Romania. And I assume that Jussie Smollett's legal troubles were with the United States. Wait, how does that even work? Maybe it's the same legal team or something. Anyway.
Not Angel Jesus wept. But it can be argued that the very card saved O.J. Simpson.
Did you do it? No, I didn't. Nope. Did not do it.
After we...
Okay, look, I am not an O.J. Simpson knower. I'm trying to remember, somebody got scrutinized for this, right? For claiming to know about the OJ stuff online recently, and then they asked them, like, do you know what the color of the van that OJ was being driven in? Do you know the person that was driving him? And like, so I don't know everything about the OJ trial, but my understanding, and anybody in class, oh my gosh, am I a teacher? I look like a teacher. Anyone in chat, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding of OJ Simpson is that what saved his ass was the fact that the evidence had been tampered with, and that one of the cops on the case was a literal white supremacist. Does that mean he's innocent? No, but that his finding of not guilty, rather than being an exoneration or anything like that, it was basically saying that there's a reasonable doubt based on the the cops that were at the scene, one of which was a white supremacist, and it wasn't a van, it was a... See, this is the thing. I'm not an O.J. Simpson knower. I don't claim to be like a... this is an amazing story of American, like, media circus, right? I have seen the pictures of the slow-moving vehicle, but I'm being told it was a van. It was a Bronco. It was not a van. Okay, so it was a Bronco, slow-moving. O.J. Simpson's being driven in it, and that's when he was indicted. White Ford Bronco. Okay, so chat's got me on this, right? But am I right about this? Her family got him in a wrongful death civil trial. Yeah. So yeah, he did owe money over this, and basically the court's finding was it was most likely that he was responsible for the act, but there was problems with the evidence. There was problems with the there's a problem with the LAPD and a lot. Sorry, I don't want to. There's a problem with police. Let's just put it in the most general term possible. In that a lot of these police have like literal racist affiliation in their background, and that I know that was an issue. Yeah, Mark Furman was the racist white supremacist cop. Yeah, you bring up a white supremacist as your witness, right? Which they did, right? And you might have trouble, there's you might introduce a shadow of a doubt into the case. Police followed him on the highway at like 35 miles per hour, called the chase. Yeah, this was like a huge event. Like this was like a LAPD is a special kind of bad. Okay, so the LAPD does deserve that that notoriety I was hanging on them. But yeah, really, like it's not. I just meant to say it's not just the LAPD, but maybe they are particularly bad. They had Mark Furman dropping the Vaush. Yeah, it's the issue where you draw a police force to police a city from outside of the city, and that happens in Portland, that happens in LA, that happens like all over the place, and it has this dynamic of people coming in regarding the city as being dangerous, and they act accordingly, and their bigotry informs that in a big way too. Andrew and Tristan Tate's legal team has more than 15 attorneys in it, right? Okay, so so one of the attorneys they have in common. Watched it live. It was kind of the first. Yeah, that's what it. Yeah, that how Moist Critical will watch those police chases. This is like the very first one of those, right? This is the very first time that was a thing, I guess. Compton's police force is almost entirely white and do not live in town. Yeah, that's an issue. So that issue for once ended up hobbling, the prosecutor. If you want to talk about Simpson having privilege, right? He had a great law team. If you're an NFL star, a movie star, a celebrity, you're going to be able to afford a better lawyer than definitely than somebody who has to rely on public defense, right? So if there's privilege there, I'd say it's with that, not with people taking it easy on him based on him being black. LAPD imported white cops from like Alabama and Arkansas. Oh my God, what a nightmare. South in general, and paid them to settle in the counties outside. They moved people. They moved freaking chuds from. Wait, what is up with that? Like you literally can't, like, you're the LAPD and you like literally can't find people to hire that just like live in LA, right? Or even live around LA. You got to go and recruit them from Alabama. Is that right? This is why the 1992 riots were part of policing from the outside, as Sarah said. They brought in Southern whites to join the force. Wait, you're saying before the riots or after the riots they brought in people from outside? If the glove does not fit, yeah, that's the glove thing, right? But really, I mean, as sus as that glove, the joke with the glove, right, is that he's putting on the glove and he's got his hand out like this, and it's like kind of hard to put on a glove with your hand stretched out, right? But yeah, I think the issue was one of the chain of custody of the evidence, and two of the known white supremacists that was testifying against him on the stand, right? It introduces a little. The LAPD is known for having white supremacist gangs. Well, in reference to the riots themselves, in reference to the riots themselves, as in reference to that they had pulled in people before. So the riots that we're talking about, 1992 riots, these happened after the not televised, but filmed beating of Rodney King, and by cops. Somebody had a video camera. This was before cell phones, right? But they literally had like a old school like the VCR video camera, right? And they recorded what they were doing to him, and so that's what preceded the 1992 riots that we're talking about. They pulled in the Southern whites before the 1992 riots. Okay, so some of the yeah. So they're basically documenting a problem in policing that like black people in the area, you know, it no doubt had experienced like all the time, but here it is recorded and on the news, and people are seeing this, you know, for the first time, like indisputable, right? Indisputable evidence, like, you know, this is the kind of brutality that goes on, and that's before OJ, right? Oh my God. Now I'm asking chat about, like, I'm trying to establish a timeline. This is my biggest thing for so many things. Timelines. They are invaluable for understanding, you know, what happened. But like the 1992 riots, if I understand correctly, these happened before the OJ case, which would have been like 1993. There's a reason that the Black Panthers open carried on the streets until Reagan partnered with the NRA to do. Yeah, that's right. Reagan was one of the biggest proponents of gun control, and it was directly related to trying to disarm the Black Panthers.
Finished filming OJ,
or more likely than anything, give you know, cops a reason to like detain and arrest.
He said to me that he had a surprise for me.
The trial was 1995. Okay, so yeah.
And I genuinely was surprised. I think it was his idea of a joke. And this is it.
In any other scenario, a black man accused of wiping out a white woman will be thrown under the jail. But OJ's blackness was only rivaled by his wealth, as well as him being the closest possible to the pinnacle of patriarchy. A star-studded athlete adored by the entire world. That trumped racist white America's voracious desire to protect white womanhood and white femininity, which are pinnacles of white supremacy that, if you haven't heard enough of, you could watch this video up here. But in short, white womanhood is so powerful that it can kill an Emmett Till. It can get the police called on you for simply existing, while simultaneously being a badge of marginalization, as white women and white femmes are subjugated in the patriarchal societies as well.
Like you said, like J.K. Rowling uses her BuzzFeed feminism. That's what I like to also call it. J.K. Rowling, Taylor Swift.
It wasn't the filming that caused the riots. It was the acquittal of the cops. That's an important. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. So yeah, so it's there. It's the dissonance between the fact that this is on. Oh my gosh, yeah. Wow, history does tend to circle back. So there's this indisputable proof combined with an acquittal of the cops, and that's when none of this shit is new. True. The trial is what brought attention to the Kardashians' sister's dad. That was on OJ's legal team. The same cycle, and nothing gets better.
Like utilize that white feminism. Like they only care when the issues pertain to them, but they won't fight for other marginalized identities, which is actually like the core root of feminism. You fight for equality. Like sure.
So this is Anna Marie Forschino.
Like intersectionality is a key part of feminism. And if you want to fight for equality, you should.
And like, look, all the things that like right-wingers want to nitpick the left on, and when you have left-wingers like Vaush agreeing with the right wing, it comes from a misunderstanding, a oversimplification of intersectionality. It comes from a misapplication of how that works, and it's pervasive. And it's because I guess intersectionality's got like a little bit of complexity, right? You're talking about intersections, right? Intersections of oppression, and you're talking about a multiplier effect between those, right? So it's not just like we add, you've got, you know, you're oppressed in this way and you're oppressed in this way, and we add these together, it multiplies, right? That's the, you know, core of what it is, and so many times it gets misconstrued or misportrayed, and there's so many people with just kind of a broken version of that in their mind, and it causes them to either like just say that is identity politics and in thought terminating cliche, I don't have to pay attention to it anymore, or the whole accusation of like a reverse hierarchy, and that's what enables stuff like Vaush's portrayal of anti-white racism as being a real concern, misandry of being a real concern, instead of what it actually is, which is a distraction based on entitlement. That's really what we're dealing with here.
Fight for it on all aspects.
God damn it. Sorry about that. Foreign from the Foreign Land Sweatshop. And you already know that I had to go and make a mention of Ellen DeGeneres, one of the prime examples of people who weaponize their white femininity and also, of course, the queerness, as well as the latest white woman of the week. We can make that a segment, White Woman of the Week.
Anybody getting ads? The ads moved yesterday, and I want to know when they're going on. Yeah, we got Ellen now. I want to know when the ads are happening. Anybody get an ad on Twitch? Oh no.
Colleen.
Hey, it's been a while since you saw my face. I haven't been doing so great, so I took a little break. So a lot of people are saying some things about me that aren't quite true. Doesn't matter if it's true though, just as long as it's entertaining.
They don't know what to do when they're in a situation where they have to be accountable, so they don't know what accountability looks like.
I think that Ellen and J.K. Rowling share something here, and it's something that I have seen. It's going to surprise no one. At this point, I think it's the power of whiteness. It's existing in that proximity to all of the social things that whiteness grants you.
Wait, how is Colleen Ballinger entertaining? God, I don't. I've tried to avoid it.
Power has been ceded to you as a white person.
Do we mean in terms of
your entire life, in all of these like small social interactions that you have, in turning on the news and
Colleen Ballinger is disturbing. Yeah, white supremacy undergirds everything. There it is. Yeah, you didn't get this from me, right? I didn't cover the Colleen Ballinger thing because I felt like everybody was covering it, right? And mostly they're covering the cringe ukulele song, rather than the disturbing stage show that she used to do with underage people right in front of their parents in the middle of like an amphitheater. Like, I don't know what people were thinking, right? Or the group chats, or all the rest of it, right? The story is mostly disturbing, and yet it's become about the absurdity of responding to charges like that with a ukulele song. It's because she almost got away with it because of the far right was busy with the LGBTQ community and their kids. Wait, who did Ballinger? A lot of adults failed a lot of kids. Yeah, right.
Seeing people like you, in turning on various TV programs and seeing people like you, in not having to actively look for people who look like you. You don't have to seek them out. They find you. You have some sense of power over the world around you. And I think that starts to dictate how you behave in positions where you feel like you're losing power. I think that people who are used to experiencing a certain amount of social control are more likely to react with intense negativity or in ways that are really lashing out when they start to lose that social control. So I think that both J.K. Rowling and Ellen DeGeneres, I think that they're both experiencing that.
Nice.
Now, obviously, the word privilege in this context of marginalized folk is not the same as white privilege and the like, due to the infrastructural and historical violence that rends whatever privilege we have from our hands. But the paucity of privilege that marginalized folks have in progressive spaces is what we're discussing today. What is marginalized privilege? And how do we address
A lot of white women forget about what happened to them with witch trials, and they don't when they didn't have any rights.
it as progressives? And I got a star-studded cast of guests that are local to the communities that are being critiqued, rather than
this is a pretty good cast.
Me, the sisters of head.
So that sorry, I didn't mention who everybody is, so that you can follow them possibly. So wait, let's go back and let me make sure, because I mean most of you know this is Swolsome, formerly known as the Fantastic Mr. Fox. Definitely a good follow on YouTube as well as Twitter.
Now, obviously, the word privilege in this context of
for people who look like you. You don't have to seek them out. They find you. You have some sense of power over the world around you. And I think that starts to dictate how you behave in positions where you feel like you're losing power. I think that people who are used to experiencing a certain amount of social control are more likely to react.
Oh, thank you, Gelatinous.
With intense negativity or in ways that are really lashing out when they start to lose that social control. So I think that,
and I feel like I feel like I cover a lot of this. I feel like a lot of what I end up covering is this kind of entitled lashing out that you get from somebody that's used to having that, like, an inordinate amount of control over their social situations, such that there really is no accountability when somebody tries to hold like somebody like that to account. That's what gets you, like, the sort of interaction between Vaush and the intersectional left online, right? That's where that dynamic comes from.
Both J.K. Rowling and Ellen DeGeneres, I think that they're both experiencing that.
Now, obviously, the word privilege in this context of marginalized folk is not the same as white privilege and the like, due to the infrastructural and historical violence that rends whatever privilege we have from our hands. But the paucity of privilege that marginalized folks have in progressive spaces is what we're discussing today. What is marginalized privilege? And how do we address it as progressives? And I got a star-studded cast of guests.
So here we go. Mooncat, Anna Marie Forcino,
local to the communities.
Jesse Gender, who I'm sure everybody knows,
that are being critiqued.
And Swolsome.
Rather than me, the sisters of.
Is Ellen a TERF now? No. I think Ellen was brought up as an example of somebody like not taking accountability. Let's go back to the Ellen part just to make sure, because it kind of hit us fast. Yeah, we're talking about J.K. Rowling and Ellen here. There's Colleen Ballinger.
Be accountable, so they don't know what accountability looks like.
I think that Ellen and J.K. Rowling share something here, and it's something that I have seen. It's going to surprise no one. At this point, I think it's the power of whiteness. It's existing in that proximity to all of the social things that whiteness grants you. So much power has been ceded to you as a white person throughout your entire life in all of these like small.
The After Ellen site is apparently a hive of TERFs? Really? Wait, After Ellen, is this like a Ellen is canceled kind of site? Ellen is a white woman from Mississippi who is forced to be a social liberal due to being a lesbian.
All social interactions that you have, in turning on the news and seeing people like you, in turning on various TV programs.
Oh my God, did you see that Fox News? Like,
and seeing people like you, in not having to actively look for people who look like you. You don't have to seek them out. They find you. You have some sense of power over the world around you. And I think that starts to dictate how you behave in positions where you feel like you're losing power. I think that people who are used to experiencing a certain amount of social control are more likely to react.
After Ellen is an American culture website founded in 2002 with a focus on entertainment, interviews, reviews, and news of interest to lesbian and bisexual women's community.
With intense.
So it doesn't have to do with the Ellen employee situation, right?
Negativity or
that was after 2002
in ways that are really lashing.
But Ellen was a You're really tapping into my like knowledge of the 90s, which is challenging, but I like being challenged and it helps me put it into perspective. But Ellen's show, am I right about this? It wasn't the first same-sex kiss, was it? Like the Ellen, the character in the Ellen show, comes out as gay during the show, and I think there was a kiss, right? And in the 90s, this was pushing the envelope, right? And so after Ellen, I guess it's a reference to representation and sort of that watermark.
Out when they start to lose that social control. So I think that both J.K. Rowling and Ellen DeGeneres, I think that they're both
the CEO and or former CEO of the site is a self-proclaimed TERF
experiencing that.
Now, obviously, the word privilege in this context of marginalized folk is not the same as white privilege and the like, due to the infrastructural and historical violence that rends whatever privilege we have from our hands. But the paucity of privilege that marginalized folks have in progressive spaces is what we're discussing today.
So the idea that you might be trans or queer and white, and that you have privilege that's not the same as like a cis het person, would carry, but it's not nothing either. And
what is marginalized privilege, and how do we address it as progressives? And I got a star-studded cast of guests that are local to the communities that are being critiqued, rather than me, the cis of het black men, doing an inter-community criticism. But I can criticize this, my experience of weaponizing marginalization as a black man myself. Now, if you are familiar with this channel, I have called, I'm sorry, we need to talk about the white slander. I have called white people skeet-colored, sun-dodging, paper impersonating people. The list goes on. I've said things that will be read back to me in the court that decides whether I go to heaven or hell. And all that I could hope for is that my family gets a discount for my funeral, because I know ain't no way I go into heaven. And I would blush if I found out that they spend so much money just for me to go to hell. Even if God himself is up there smoking and getting they ate, it don't matter. But there's one thing I did that truly demonstrates how marginalization could be weaponized.
Yo, I haven't heard that one, V. Milk crickets.
And that was my most popular video at the moment. Asiaphobia in the black community.
I gotta say, I love his editing style. I love the visual stuff he does.
I vividly recall my heart dropping into my after I uploaded this video, and I saw the sign that YouTubers fear the most. The limited monetization sign. Oh gosh.
I mean, look, the struggle is real. I just got one of those on one of my videos, right?
This meant that all my heart...
In fact, most of the stuff that I talk about, if there is anything contentious involved, which there often is, right? If there's, racism, sexism, queerphobia, transphobia, right? It is hard not to get a stream demonetized, right? If I say the F word, it's even worse.
Hard work would be for naught. So I started campaigning, claiming that YouTube is penalizing me for being a black creator, discussing these racy issues, which is definitely something that happens, but not this time.
But yeah, it really sucks because, you can see how much he's putting into his videos. And, it sucks when one of my streams gets demonetized. Not that I make that much money off of them, but I always feel the need as a small YouTube account to justify my existence in the partner program, right? I feel like when, even though I'm not making that much money for myself by getting ads, I'm making money for YouTube, and they're less likely to pull my partnership that way, right? So staying in the green is really important for me. But with these videos that Foreign puts out, he sometimes gets like hundreds of thousands of views on his videos, right? He can really make some money off of advertisements with that many views, right? So when his green turns yellow, and yeah, that's exactly what happens. There's a little dollar sign. that starts out green, and if YouTube sees something that it doesn't like, and sometimes it's just like you're talking about, you know, bad things happening, right? You're not bad, you're not being bad yourself, you're not being transgressive, you're not saying anything wrong, but you're talking about injustice, right? Then that green turns to yellow, and you know, whatever money that that foreign would have made off of that video turns to pennies on the dollar. Sorry, foreign. This is so yeah, let me make sure. This is foreign man in a foreign land. Let me copy his link again, so anybody that wants
regardless
to,
of the commentary to be had
give him
on
a
how
follow.
the algorithm treats us, we people who are darker.
Staying green with YouTube means having to censor yourself. Yeah, I mean, it's not just censor yourself, but if I really wanted to always stay green, I would cover different topics, right? I would never cover Vaush. I would never cover the debate bozos, because they are always up in some kind of bigotry. I would have to completely change my content to, yeah, foreign. Sorry, I'm not very I need to drink more fluids.
And blue, as opposed to our colorless creator counterparts. I knew that folks will rally behind me if I cried algorithmic racism rather than the fact that my video got limited monetization because I said something that I shouldn't have. Okay, I'm sorry.
Can't say I've ever weaponized the transness, but have I done that thing where I have been guilty of
But I mean, I don't entirely, like, so what he's saying is that he went to Twitter, said that he got demonetized you know, due to racism, and he feels like that's not what it was. He feels like he didn't do a good enough job using the exact right words and none of the no-no words, because they don't tell you what the no-no words are, right? There's no list on YouTube of like, these are the words that we don't want you to say, or anything like that, right? They just happen, right? And they could be kind of innocuous. So I'm sure that a YouTuber like Foreign kind of scours his script and looks for anything that he might that might cause that demonetization, because it really doesn't take much. It can just be like one or two words they don't want to look over it with a real person. They want to use an algorithm, and that algorithm is just scanning for no words, right? And they're not like no words like we're not talking about slurs here. We're talking about, you know, descriptions of bad things that that happen to people that people have to deal with. We're talking about words that describe oppression and bigotry, right? In fact, even bigotry, like I might have just gotten demonetized for saying bigotry too many times. We don't know. There's no list or anything. Yeah, I just have to try to not say the F word, because I know that one's a no word. If I say that too many times, I'm in trouble.
Enforcing white supremacy or generally just shitty attitudes, and then been like, but like, no, you can't call me out on that because I've been through XYZ. Absolutely. And it's why I recently made a mistake. I completely misspoke about the concept of female privilege. We all know, like, that would be an example.
That might be one of them. Yeah, gelatinous biscuit. There's a very good chance that that's a word that that turns your green into yellow.
Example of me speaking about womanhood as a man, and I could have been like, okay, but I'm trans, but I didn't.
But hey, if you want to help me make out some of that lack of income, I do have a Patreon.
I became an adult when I came out. I became a better person when I came out. I became a real person when I came out. Prior to coming out, I was more likely to fall back on having been oppressed as a woman than I ever have been as a trans person.
Then I forgot you were ever a woman. I was just like,
I forget too. I lived as a woman so thoroughly that I believed it myself for a long time. And the most obvious example would be like the white woman tears thing, right? Like, did I ever do it in such a way that I was harming someone directly?
So that's my Patreon. I've just got a new preview of my first ever video essay, right? Going in a deep dive about Sam Cedar and Tim Pool. You can get a preview of that on my Patreon. I'm also doing kind of like a vlog. I'll probably do one after this episode too, just talking about what's going on with in my life, what's going on behind the scenes, what you could expect in the future. I do a little, like a little 10-minute videos. I'll try to do them every week on Patreon, and even the smallest Patreon contribution will get you that content, because like at the moment I don't have any tiers. It's everybody in the Patreon gets the same. But yeah, that does help me out a lot, and thank you so much to everybody who is a Patreon of mine.
Not that I can remember. I certainly fucking hope not. However,
thank you also to all my subs and members.
Did I speak as a white person and then respond as a woman? Yes.
Getting demonetized. YouTube still shows ads but gets all the revenue. You know what? I think it depends on how hard you get demonetized, right? So he's talking about green to yellow, and it's just like stoplights, right? Green is go, yellow is and red is stop, right? So if it's red, you're not making any money off of that at all. And it might even be banned in certain countries, right? They might pull it in certain countries. You will definitely be getting less reach with a red video, right? I don't have very many of them. Usually when I do, it's because I played some copyrighted music or something like that it turns red. But it could also be, just like really, using a lot of no words, right? Basically talking about the stuff that that YouTube does not want you to talk about. The yellow, I think, is what you're talking about, Michael Seitz, when you get the when they show ads on your video, but none of the money is going to you. I think that's the yellow. And I don't mean none of the money. You do get something, but it's like pennies on the dollar. Basically, most advertisers don't want to be on a yellow video. So yeah. So you make very little money. And I don't honestly, like at my size, I don't make much money from a green video either, right? Most of my money that supports me, that goes to keeping me alive, keeping me able to do content, comes from you, my community. And I appreciate everybody who donates.
Absolutely.
The sad part is that it worked.
I feel your frustration, Michael Seitz. I absolutely feel your frustration. I mean, that is why, sites like Nebula exist, right? Out of that frustration. There is, like, so we were talking about this yesterday. Transphobia, or we're going to get demonetized for saying transphobia. It could be anything. It could be even that, right? Being bigoted, in a way that's socially acceptable, or not going to be, right? It gets in that algorithm, right? There are people who really, really strongly dislike trans people. And if you make a video attacking trans people, you're going to get those people not just on your video, but they're going to hit the like button. They're going to be in the comments. They're going to do all the things that we forget to do when we watch a nice video that's like, oh, that just made me feel good, right? Well, it made you feel good, but it's not the kind of algorithmic fuel that the hate content really is. And so because of that, videos, for instance, about the trans community, about trans identity, like if I did a video on trans euphoria, right? Unless I use like, the Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light thing, like that video's going nowhere fast, right? Because the algorithm is like, that is not very contentious. That is not going to produce a lot of comments. It's not going to change people's moods. Like the people that want to see it will see it and they'll be like, yes, but most, right? This is a real issue that we have. So yeah. So at the same time, while bigots are benefiting from the algorithm, when we try to talk about the subjects that do provoke an emotional response on our side, oftentimes the words that we use to describe those are the no words on that list. So, maybe we do okay in the algorithm, but then half of your views are from Walshies, and you're not you're not getting full monetization on those videos. I have a Nebula subscription, but I don't watch the stuff there. They don't have comments, really. I didn't know that. I've never seen Nebula, but I understand that it's part of it that's in reaction to YouTube's strict demonetization when it comes to talking about subjects that are problematic, but that are important to talk about, right? And they're and also the lack of algorithmic boost for something that doesn't, you know, produce disgust, hatred, fear, right? These are the negative emotions. In fact, that's the trick, like, right? If you want to do it well in the algorithm, you provoke an emotional response from your audience, right? And the easiest emotional responses to provoke are fear, anger, disgust, hatred, stuff like that, right? That's not to say that you can't provoke, you know, a different emotional response. And there's a lot of good creators, you know, who are really good at that, who are really good at dealing in positive emotions, right? Who leave you in every video, even if they're talking about something that's really rough, leave you with a feeling of solidarity and optimism, right? That's powerful too. Waush-ffals, it makes me think of the weird their baby doll. That's right. Oh, we haven't watched the animation thing yet. Comments are important to me. I like to see shared experiences. Yeah. No, comments are look. That's my name is ironic, right? I love comments.
Monetization was lifted. I paid my rent, and the video went on to be acclaimed by my critics and contemporaries. But I bit the hand that fed me to do this, to get this acclaim. And by admitting to it, I'm also robbing the next creator of color that claims the algorithm is biased against them. And because folks may doubt that now due to my admission, much like they doubt Elliot Page when they call him the new Jussie Smollett.
Wait, when did this happen? Yeah, I will say that they've gotten a lot of mileage from Jussie Smollett, and it's not even like standard right-wingers that you'd think of, right? Of course the right-wingers are all over that. Of course Paul Joseph Watson, Tim Pool, Ben Shapiro are all over the Jussie Smollett story. It's a narrative that they love. It's a narrative that they love. And they want to superimpose this narrative on everything that happens. But I'm not yeah, what was the incident? Here, I'm gonna look for it in the background.
Without even knowing the veracity of his tears. But most of all, I robbed myself of the merit that this video had, because I can never be sure if the video would have performed this well had it not been for the black boost. In this current landscape of leftist communities, we rightfully weigh the perspective of marginalized folks a bit more than our racist white counterparts. And while there is discourse on whether we really listen to marginalized folks or not, rather than simply signaling that we do, there is discussion to be had on whether this affirmative action of opinion goes awry or not.
I guess it's quite similar to like, Blair White. Quite an easy way to like round up support for yourself and sort of grift in a way. Like, I think a lot of right-wing people like to think that they're not being transphobic while they're being transphobic. They're like, I think they like to say things like, well, I can't be transphobic because I'm listening to this trans person and agreeing with them, even though that trans person is saying really transphobic stuff. The Candace Owens as well with like, black issues, and it's like it seems to be quite easy to round up a lot of support because I think there's a lot of people not wanting to label themselves as racist or transphobic or whatever.
Users on Twitter have made the running joke that people have begun using labels to justify their terrible behavior and also poke fun at how excessive labels now border on the absurd. Writer and Nepo baby grifter Lena Dunham is probably one of the most chaotic, problematic celebrities America has the misfortune of giving birth to. Rather than her work, she has become infamous for her continuous white feminist antics. Like,
Does anybody know the incident in question? Right, we're talking about an incident of Elliot Page being attacked that right-wingers are jumping on and comparing to Jussie Smollett. But I because there's so much in the algorithm, because there's so much in YouTube search of the comparison of Elliot Page to Jussie Smollett, I am not finding the story that is just like what happened.
Casting women of color to only play the help on her shows, and people of color as random episodic plot devices rather than people themselves. Lest we forget Sydney Anderson being the Jamaican nanny and housekeeper, or even Mo Hindi as the Roosevelt hotel bellhop. What about Joe Yang, who played the Tibetan nanny?
The most recent story of Elliot Page involves the transphobes showing really old pictures of him pre-transition and then comparing them to his more recent pictures and using this as like I don't know, right? It's literally like he's older than he was in the pictures. Also, like, you know, he has you know, he's not made up in the, I don't know. There, like, that's what I'm finding when I search Elliot Page, right? I'm not finding anything about the attack that people are talking about, and the one that people are, okay. Yeah, he's 36 years old. The picture they show was from when he was in his 20s. Of course he's gonna look older. Of course he's gonna look more tired. That's anyway, but yeah, they're trying to like be like, this is what being trans does to you. What makes you age naturally? Okay.
Or Jamel Howard, who acted as the young black guy. Literally just a young black guy. Naturally, when confronted by her
claim to be trans, and yet you look different from when you transitioned. Curious.
Consistently so on.
He doesn't feel safe walking around LA now since he was verbally attacked, as I said above. In front of Pink Dot in West Hollywood. Some transphobic person was yelling at Elliot and yelled, "Oh my God." That is, oh, okay. Yo. Like, that's concerning, and they're trying, because he doesn't feel safe. They're comparing him to Jussie Smollett. Wow.
The nose, you can smell it from here. Casting choices. Lena eloquently responded that she...
Transphobes get so violently angry at trans masked people. They used to be attracted to when we survive and live as ourselves rather than not. Yeah.
Like, really tried. This is me flipping my non-existent blonde curls. Sorry, I can't be talking bad about white women like this. Really tried to be aware and bring in characters whose job it was to go hashtag white people problems. Guys, I'm gonna get canceled for that, aren't I?
People will say something.
Well, no, like, here's the funny thing about that. Like, that obviously Foreign is joking about being canceled, right? But I will say that the closest thing to cancel culture that actually exists is the scrutiny that's applied to marginalized people, right? That all of these privileged people complain about cancel culture like it is the burden of their privilege, right? Like the actual unfairness is towards them. When in reality, if you're marginalized, and yeah, like I said, there's a multiplier effect depending on how many intersections of marginalization you experience, you're experiencing the closest thing to the portrayals of cancel culture that really exists, right? I think in regards to Jussie, Foreign is talking about how using the fake oppression card takes away from the real oppression that happens every day. I don't think he's doing a one-to-one. Oh yeah. No. I didn't think so either. I can smell the hipster white woman especially when those marginalized groups call out a big. Yeah, that's the biggest thing. That's the biggest thing. That's, you know, that's cancel culture, right?
Awful about another community that is not their own, but then will you?
There were so many cis men who were enraged when I started tea, and I had no idea they were interested. Oh my god!
Use their
talk about entitlement. What the?
Their
I can't say that word.
A marginalized identity to then sort of
here.
protect themselves as a shield from that. I often see this with folks who only have one identity of marginalization, where everything else is mainly dominant culture. So like Dave Chappelle is a black man for sure and faces a lot of shit for that. I do not want to downplay that, but he's also a man. And he's also rich, right? And so like you will like pull out his blackness to defend all the other horrific like classist shit that he does, homophobic, transphobic shit that he does, but he'll pull out his blackness. Same thing you see with J.K. Rowling. Well, often when she does transphobic, homophobic, she will say like, well, I'm a woman. You're attacking me because this is TERFs always do this. Like, you can't attack me because I'm a woman. This is sexism, you see. This is, they like pull on that because I think one, it allows them again to sort of remove themselves from responsibility for their actions and
I mean, there really is a strong parallel between J.K. Rowling and J.K. Rowling and Dave Chappelle. In the same way that I think it's more complicated though. There's a lot to this actually. There's a lot to this dynamic that we're looking at here. It's not just Dave Chappelle, but a lot of transphobes' portrayal of trans people erases trans POC, looks at the phenomenon of being trans as a white thing, right? J.K. Rowling is looking at, I don't even want to say it, right? Like, J.K. Rowling will call trans people trans-identified males, right? And then say that only TERFs are true feminists. So there definitely is a parallel between those two.
They're marginal.
That and the fact that, you know, they've defended each other.
To do so, but then also I think it's also just because an unconscious thing is because they understand what it is to face sexism in certain respects.
Yeah, they really are two peas in a pod.
They seem to think that all criticism of them is that thing.
Because, of course, solving white people's problems and acting as a foil is definitely the job of people of color, and certainly not the job of her extremely mayonnaise characters to look internally at their own flaws and, you know, I don't know, maybe have some character development. Mind you, this the same director who onboarded Donald Glover to act, who is extremely problematic by his lonesome. He need no help. In the
Wait, what's going on? Maybe I don't know about this.
Same show. During the very same time, she accused this character of fetishizing her whiteness. And she claimed that she don't see race. And
that sounds like some Vaush-ffals vibes there.
Doesn't see him as a
black. We'll get to that. We're about to get to that.
Come on. I am not making this up. Erasure of others' identities and experiences while simultaneously using their own as a certified get-out-of-jail-free card is a huge tactic among Lena's ilk. Her antics, of course, don't end there, though. They just keep on going.
Does anybody know, like, I've always assumed that Foreign edits his own videos, but I don't know, maybe he has an editor. I would love to talk shop with whoever edits these videos, right? I think Foreign's videos are amazing.
Because tell me why. This woman visited Japan and penned an Or
like when I see an effect that he does, like I can kind of imagine how it works, but I'm kind of like I'm curious about the specifics. I'm like, what software did you use? You know what I mean? I got all these questions. I'm a curious cat. Half-baked idea that people can only identify as trans because they're privileged, another form of denialism.
re-enter this piece.
Well, yeah, it's associating being trans with whiteness, right? Which is a really strange idea. And look, I being a white trans woman, it's one thing for me to say, right? But for trans POC, that is literal erasure of who they are. Like, right? They don't get represented, and in some respects, it's because they break the conception of the transphobes, right? Especially the transphobes that'll try to, portray being trans as within this stereotype of who trans people are. That definitely erases.
About how she had yellow fever and described a Japanese art dealer as being gorgeous like
this is Lena Dunham.
Like the strong, sexy,
I never paid attention to the Lena Dunham thing.
Red-locked Mongol in
Yeah,
Crouching
Lena
Tiger,
Dunham.
Hidden Dragon.
Exactly, Riveroon. I was thinking that too.
People of color aren't exempt from this phenomenon, however. As white-coded as the act of shielding oneself to join an oppressed, marginalized group
The privilege of being targeted for hate crimes,
may
yeah.
seem, the iconic Twitter account,
Emo.
Black Thought, disguised himself as a cis black woman for years, even going as far to tweet about her experiences while menstruating and excruciatingly talking about how painful her cramps are to her tens of thousands of followers who most likely were primarily comprised of black women. And after being unmasked, Isaiah...
Wait, Anna Kasparian was on Adam and Sitch? Was it the show where they talked about Emma Vigeland? In all likelihood, Anna hates Emma. I'm pretty sure, right? Like, I mean, you saw how Anna reacted to Olayemi. Emma was even more treating the criticism with kid gloves, right? At least at first, right? Can I pull the Adam and Sitch video up? Oh my god. Do we want to watch that? Emma used to be yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, I was pretty sure that they knew each other, and like the way that Anna's going, like you can't just criticize her even if you do it in the mildest way possible, right? She's gonna have nothing but spite for you. Anna said she never wanted to work with the left again. Yeah, I guess that just makes me care less about Anna. Yeah, it's very cursed, very cursed. Let's not go into the Sitch video unless there is extra time. Hey, if somebody wants to give me a timestamp though, for the Sitch video, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. You know, like, look, if you got an idea of some stuff to cover in chat, like, understand, I cannot get to everything that everybody wants me to watch, but I am never gonna be mad at you for trying to get me to watch something, you know what I mean? And I actually appreciate that, right? Because you've got eyes that, like, look, I've only got a certain amount of time, my feed is, you know, this wide, right? You might be seeing other stuff that I'm not seeing, I wasn't even aware that she'd gone on Adam and Sitch. It makes sense. It's definitely, you know, it's the dark road, the dark path that Anna has chosen. But transphobes like to imagine that trans people are bored middle class white people. Exactly. Essentially, they want to see trans people as confused or misguided white people. Yeah, I mean, you're exactly right, Shakespeare. You're exactly right. I wouldn't find, yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what's nice about you know, having multiple sets of eyes, and that's the time where I need to promote the Discord, right? Because we have a Discord, and that is the best place for sharing videos, not just with me, but with each other. And make sure that if there's something that you think people should see, that we're seeing it.
Vigeland attempted to rebrand with the assistance of platforms like Paper Magazine, which of course was to no avail. Isaiah had been masquerading as a black, dark-skinned, bisexual woman named Nicole for years. F's in the chat for black, dark-skinned women named Nicole.
The Vanguard covered the Anna video.
It's not something the people
Anna
who stood
on Adam and Such video. That's kind of wild because, like, my understanding is that, like, okay, so who is Anna? She's gone on Shapiro. Yeah. I guess I haven't watched that much Anna, Adam and Such, but if I were to characterize their content as toxic and hateful, would I be correct? It's in so. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that in some way, the toxicity is a little bit less buttoned down than like a Ben Shapiro. Crypto Fash, yeah, that's the vibe I get. But yeah, like I said, I haven't covered much of their stuff. Just read this sentence that made me laugh. In order to enjoy life, we should not enjoy it too much. Who said that? Wow.
By and eagerly supported would quickly forget. It's not just about being queer. It's any marginalized label.
Some people speculate that the Maddie Taylor relationship was PR. But like Taylor seems
okay, so do we all know this? Taylor Swift, Maddie Healy, how do I explain Maddie Healy? Not super right wing, but definitely an edgelord. He has this bit that he does live where he will start to say something that sounds like it's going to go in a racist direction or in some kind of yikes direction, and the band will come in right before he says the thing, right? It's that kind of, yeah, racist, edgy white musician. Nabokov said that? Oh my god. Okay, wow. Only heard that Maddie Healy was racist and the Swifties wanted Taylor. Yeah, the Swifties weren't super. The probably the most notorious thing that he's done is gone on. How do I say this? Gone on Sploosh Town. Yeah. Can I say Sploosh Town? And have everybody understand the podcast that I'm talking about? Sploosh Town. Went on Sploosh Town and got involved. I don't know who said what because it's a podcast, right? And I don't know Maddie Healy's voice that well. I don't know Nick Mullen's voice that well. It's not something I'm super familiar with. But there was just a weird discussion about Ice Spice, right? And it just went in a weird racist direction.
exactly like the type of person to fall for a guy like Maddie Healy.
Yeah, well, you might not know the actual name of it either, right? But I'm talking about a podcast with Adam Friedland, Stavros Halkias, and Nick Mullen. So if that helps you, the podcast that existed before the Adam Friedland show. Yeah, that's a good way to say it.
She's the rapper.
It's literally one of those no words, right? It's literally one of those. It was on Adam Friedland. Okay, so I was wrong. It wasn't actually the show I thought it was. Yeah, Maddie Healy was on episode 5 of the Adam Friedland show.
Inuit Spice Girl. Just this chubby Chinese lady. Yeah, I'd rather use.
So like that's Nick, right? That. I'm trying to identify Matt's voice.
Do they talk like that? Do Inuits talk like that?
They don't talk with a Chinese accent.
They talk like
Is that Maddie saying, like, clarifying? Yeah, Sploosh Town is a more problematic version of Chapo Trap House, but is not Red Scare.
More Hawaiian style.
There's so many like Chapo, but worse.
This like grungy, weird, edgy.
Oh wait, what was the thank you Kanye very cool thing? Oh crap, he did a Roman salute while he said thank you Kanye very cool.
Dude who still thinks he's like a 13-year-old edgelord, like who's like anti-woke. Yeah. Like I'm gonna come for Taylor Swift, and not because I'm a misogynist, but she seems like the type of woman who says she's an ally to the gay community specifically, and she'll go to like all the parades. She'll like say yes, queen, when she sees a drag queen, but she
there's like an age gap between them?
Won't correct her homophobic boyfriend. Someone tweeted a picture of Taylor in front of like a plate of cookies that said Biden 2020 on it, and was like, how can she be racist?
That's the kind of question that, like, I just don't want to answer. Because if somebody's asking me that question, we got a lot to talk about, right? Have you got 5 hours? Have you got 10 hours? We got a lot to discuss. Yeah.
Biden, throw him in jail, Biden, like crime bill Biden.
Is she gonna do a song on him? I don't know.
If you ain't
Common Swifty L.
How are you black if you don't vote for me, Biden? Like, yep.
That proves it right there, definitely.
It's the same energy as Kendall Jenner with the Pepsi.
Blonde, bone straight wig, throw that shit, smudged lipstick, walking into the protest, panning to the pigs, token black and queer coded folks, product placement time, token Asian emo. Bow, I wanna be dapping me, damn the bacon hating. Watch me walk to him, and then racism. He'll be taking pics as I swing my hips. He takes a sip, and now racism over.
J.K. Rowling's like, I experienced sexism. I faced sexism as a woman. You know, I probably
police reformed right with that sip of the Pepsi. They just needed some Pepsi. Who knew?
I had to fight really hard to get my books out, to get them taken seriously.
Foreign has no chill.
And you know what? I was right, because those books are amazing.
Talking to Anna Kasparian and the Young Turks.
They made billions of dollars, right? So she's like, I know what sexism is, and I've seen it. And so when
wait, so is this on the same show as the discussion of Emma Vigeland, or is this was this more recent?
Other people come
Pepsi ending racism, of course,
to her and say, this is fucked up what you're saying about trans people. She then views that as sexism because it feels the same, because she doesn't like recognize the difference between the dominant culture and people in power attacking her versus like people below her, because again, she only has one intersection of marginalization. And so
and that's why Vaush versus J.K. Rowling's was such a toxic It was like it's like literally like taking Mentos, throwing them in a bottle of Pepsi, screwing on the cap really tight, and just shaking that thing. Like, that's Vaush and J.K. Rowling, right? You've got J.K. Rowling that wants to use feminism as a fig leaf for her transphobia. You've got Vaush that wants to use trans rights as a fig leaf for his misogyny, and you just like. It's a nightmare blunt rotation right there. I don't know what else to say.
Only views it on this axis of like, I'm being attacked or not.
There are a few case studies that...
But if you want to hear what I'm saying, even during the ad breaks, you too can avoid those ad breaks, right? And it might be easier than you think. If you have Amazon Prime, you've got a free ticket to avoid those ad breaks. All you got to do is integrate your Amazon Prime with Twitch, thus giving you a Twitch Prime sub, which you can use for free on the streamer of your choice, which, let's be real, it's me. All right. Second option, paying $5 to get both emotes, no ads, and my undying appreciation. Third option, if you feel lucky, Punk, you can take your chances in the chat. And if you're active enough, there is some chance that you might get a gift sub, right? Don't count on it. It's not for sure. It's like the lottery, but you could win this. This is probably a little easier than the lottery to win. So there's that option too. 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that. I mean, Miley Cyrus is a nepo baby, but at least she tries to switch things up with her pop music. I like to sub, but like to spread my Prime sub around. Sorry, I am. Yo, don't feel bad about that. Don't feel bad about like I said. There's always the chance that you'll win the lottery.
Close to home and near the bone, because they belong to our very community. Yeah, it's time.
So people over here might occasionally.
Oh God, here we go. Here we go. Are we ready? Are we ready? What do I need to do? Do I need to switch up the scene? You know what we're about to dive right into? The thing that I have not covered for weeks because I took a break from it after the... You're throwing your hat into the ring. Yeah, see, like that's a... I mean, you might get it, right? You might get it. Obviously, you know, if you have the money to pay for it, or if you've got a Twitch Prime that you're not already using for some lesser streamer, right? You see, I gotta give you shit. But anyway, then that's a more certain way. But there is some chance. There is some chance you are playing the lottery here. If you're feeling lucky, you can take chances at the Thunderdome. Oh my God! You know what? I feel like Thunderdome, having seen that scene, it would be so much fun. If it wasn't, here we go! Max Secular with the gift sub. See, it does happen. It does still happen. Raven G, you just got out of the next ad break. When, by the way, when are the ads happening? Does anybody know? They were at the top of the hour and at the bottom of the hour, at the zeros and the 30s. I think yesterday they moved to the 15 and the 45. So I don't even know where they're at right now. I don't know how to properly describe when exactly you're going to get hit by an ad. All I know is that you're going to get hit by an ad twice every hour unless you have some form of sub. Chat, when you do get the ads, chat lets you know if you're doing it. Yeah, the 45-15 marks. Absolutely, that's what I want to know. If you're feeling lucky, yeah. So yeah, like good luck not catching a roundhouse kick to the chrome from some American flag printed dojo joggers. Wait a minute. Thunderdome, right? Because like the thing about Thunderdome, right? Actual Thunderdome, you're on a bungee cord and you've got a weapon that might be a chainsaw if you're lucky, right? Just like you might get lucky and get gifted a sub. If you're lucky, Tina Turner might gift you a chainsaw in Thunderdome, which probably gives you a lot better chance than whatever other you got. Like the other weapons are like an axe. I mean, like I'm on a bungee cord. Am I really going to be able to swing an axe effectively? I don't know. I feel like the chainsaw. The only problem with the chainsaw is that I might cut myself too, and that would be embarrassing. But I've definitely seen people do that. Yeah. You're referencing multiple pop culture gems. Wait, we got some Hannah Montana references in chat, don't we? I gotta find that. But yeah, thank you, Max Secular. Thank you for the gift sub. Wait, what? Corporations are always co-opting the trans rights movements. But they, you saw what they did with Dylan Mulvaney, right? They wanted her audience. They wanted access to her audience because Bud Light is like kind of their demographic is very male and very not young, and Dylan Mulvaney's demographic is very different than that, right? So yeah, they were absolutely trying to co-opt Dylan's audience, but yeah, as soon as it became inconvenient, they dropped Dylan like a rock, and they didn't even communicate with her, right? Maybe we should watch that too. She did come back to social media to talk about her experience. The most famous trans woman ever in terms of the U.S. public. For not having, sorry NCC for not having to listen to my hatred of Taylor Swift. Look, I understand. I've hated many bands. Right? I'm glad this story is big and that Dylan is speaking out. My name is a nod to a famous DDR song maker. DDR sounds like fun to look. Okay, so here's my dream. Okay, I go to the Thunderdome. but they got rid of the chainsaws and they got rid of the axes, and instead of those things, we've got like Splatoon paint guns. Okay, so I go to the Thunderdome, and there's Splatoon paint guns, right? And I'm bouncing up around, splatting people. And then also, and I'm pretty sure Foreign Man plays Splatoon. Foreign Man, a big fan of the Inklings and the Octolings. But yeah, that, and also DDR. Also, wait, how do I combine Thunderdome with DDR? Because DDR is, I love rhythm games. I would play them if people were interested in watching them, right? I would totally play DDR type stuff, or even just rhythm games. The Sploosh Dome, that's what we need. We need the Sploosh Dome. That could be like I could patent that. I feel like that's different enough from both Splatoon and from Thunderdome that I could patent that for myself. Although, honestly, I'd have to probably buy the rights from Shakespeare, since Shakespeare just coined the phrase. DDR, yeah.
Say whatever. Okay, I'll take people saying and supporting class emancipation than I will taking them saying not supporting class emancipation.
Yeah, I'm doing gay ops
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Back into the fray.
on Tender Queers. I'm encouraging my followers to make pit crew accounts and infiltrate Tender Queer Twitter.
So I've said this before. This is not new. This shouldn't be surprising to anyone who watches my content. I say the N-word sometimes in private.
Once they catch wind of the plan, they're going to all become incredibly suspicious of pit crews and they will eat each other alive.
Wait, what Taylor Swift songs do I like? I think I like Blank Space, but
if you're a white dude, listen.
That's just because I've had a lot of problems with relationships, I guess. I don't know. That's a self-report, isn't it? Liking Blank Space, is that a self-report?
Here, this is the circle for white dudes who really love saying Nick. They love saying, they're like, okay, this is where they are.
This is the left that Vaush envisions. We got a special zone, right? We got all these velvet ropes around. Like, this is the left, right? You got a special velvet roped area. It's called the N-word section. And if you're an edgy white dude that loves to say the N-word, you can go into that you can go in there and you can say the N-word to your heart's content. Blank Space is just a solid song. Yeah, I think so too.
Okay.
Does it matter which pit crew?
Look, chat. Luckily for you, you don't have to date me, okay?
No, just use a random one. But the more diverse, the better. Like, make it like a black butch lesbian.
The cornbread tube versus white bread. Whole wheat bread. Baguette bread tube
saltine
saga has been plagued with a few names, but none is incendiary.
I can say saltine, right? I'm not gonna get in trouble for saying saltine.
As Vaush. What the devil?
Yeah, you said his name! You said his name!
Easily one of the forerunners of the debate brosphere. And listen, it's impossible to deny his indelible effect on the...
Have I ever deconverted a right-winger? I have definitely had right-wing chatters. And I like to think that listening to me changed them. But that's not my goal, right? I'm not Vaush. I'm not Xander Hall. I'm not speaking to that audience. And if I did, chat would be a little different than it is right now, right? I would constantly be having to explain, like, to you know, like why like anti-white racism isn't real, right? We'd be having all kinds of conversations that you might find less than productive, but
online left. That being said,
what do you think his demographic is?
He has employed many misogynies.
What do you think, chat? What do you think is Vaush's demographic? What do you think about Vaush people? It seems like they're millennials mostly, right? Am I right about that?
And tactical bigotries to make even the husk himself blush.
Hello, darkness, my old...
Hello, band person.
Very briefly, how they seem to shield themselves with their marginalized status. If you...
Most of the Vaushis are Zoomers?
...create progressive content on this platform, you have had...
His demo is white cultists.
...overlapping audience.
14-year-olds. So like the Colleen... the the Colleen like Miranda Sings demographic. Do you know that Vaush actually made a video about Colleen Ballinger? That takes some gall, right? I mean, I'll watch this if you want me to. But I'm not looking forward to it, right? Because it's just like, oh my god, right? What are you gonna say about Colleen Ballinger that doesn't apply to you, right? I don't know.
With Vaush. Echo. Many folks will come in your comments clamoring about when will you...
Like, you want to talk about being inappropriate and not having proper boundaries with your audience? You want to talk about, like, you know, pushing unwanted, you know, conversation on people that are just trying to debate you?
Talk to Vaush.
Younger millennials know who Vaush is, but a lot of them don't follow him. Even though he is a younger millennial, older millennials generally don't know who Vaush is.
Claiming that we have more...
Well, I mean, like, outside of the online ecosystem that we occupy, I feel like a lot of people don't know. You have to deny reality to become a right-winger. Yeah, I'm not really going for it, but I definitely have had right-wingers that... And, like, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Okay, let me be real with you. Most of the right-wingers that come in my chat, they're not here for my politics, okay? You know what I'm saying? Most of the right-wingers we got, right? They're here for a very different reason. Vaush has actually admitted that he would have supported the Iraq war under different circumstances. Damn. Yeah, he's NATO pilled, right? Didn't say what those circumstances were. Vaushites are just well-off white kids from the suburbs, with all the cringe that implies.
In common than in contrast. Give him a chance. He's clipped out of context a lot. You know, all that horse and PDF file.
Wait. Why is that furry art is good? Wait. Seriously? Wait. That's like the least offensive thing that, like, there's nothing wrong with that. And there's two, it's like in a Discord and people are like, back in the hole. Shut up and get back in the hole. Yeah, there's some other tweets on there though that are legitimately oh my god. Yeah, look, there's even worse. I would say that I've seen worse Vaush Discord screenshots, and they were real. He's admitted that they were real. Right? There's probably some stuff that you couldn't even put up there. Who qualifies as an elder millennial? Okay, so we have some elder millennials. We have elder millennials in chat, don't we? What age range is that makes you an elder millennial? I think it's like 30s, right? Like,
rumors, they're just rumors. Listen, I don't care about that. You know what I care about? You know what foreign cares about? Big body foreign? I care about the racism. I care about the misogyny. You might be able to look past the bigotry, but one of the shields that are raised when criticizing Vaush is his queerness, of course. But the one I like the most...
He still has some libertarian views from his libertarian phase. Yeah, that's the thing, right? He played off his whole, like, libertarian socialist thing as being... Like, so we all know what an actual libertarian socialist is, right? This is a turn of the century way of saying an anarchist. And, you know, that originally, that's what a libertarian was, libertarians were on the left. In the 1960s, like right wing, I guess you'd call them, what would you call them? Like, you know, they're the kind of people that would call themselves like ANCAPs, right? Basically, ANCAPs commandeered that label and rebranded. Since nobody was calling themselves a libertarian at the time, they were like, okay, we are the libertarians, right? Yeah, Ayn Rand people.
Is this autism?
I'm a different kind of
So, like, born in 1980 to 1990 is what, elder millennial?
autism.
Big body foreign, they say.
Millennials born from 80 to 95. Older millennials would have been born in the 80s. Younger millennials born in the 90s. Yeah, I mean, like, some of the people that, yeah, like, you know, founders of neoliberalism for sure.
Yes, they call me that. Big body
pro-neo-feudalism, exactly.
Foreign. Give him a chance. He's on the spectrum. Thus does not pick up
Wait,
on
did you
social
ask something,
cues.
Firebird?
For one, how dare you? No, seriously, how dare you?
I
take
see.
me to be the that Jesus rode to Jerusalem on? And secondly, how dare
Wait,
you?
you're about, no, like, this is funny. You said I'm about to be an elder millennial. This is the funniest idea to me. Like, what if instead of like you're in a generation and you're just like in that generation, right? What if instead you were like, you graduate, right? You start off as a Zoomer, and then you become a millennial, and then you become a Gen Xer, and then you become a Boomer, and then you become a silent generation. Wait, no, which silent generation after the Boomers? Whatever. Stop erasing Gen Y. Wait, Gen Y is millennials, right? Or is there a difference? I think I have heard, yeah, Rothbard enjoyers. I consider myself an elder Xer. The best summarization of what political libertarians are is the libertarian debate about driver's licenses. Yo, Sam Cedar is like the king of, he loves debating libertarians. And like I said that the Sam Cedar, Tim Pool, Gen Y is millennial. I thought so. But I mean, maybe anyway, Sam Cedar, the Sam Cedar Tim Pool interaction, that was funny because of the Thanos thing, right? But when he talks to libertarians, oh my God, it's just like, they won't talk to him anymore. I think they know that they are literally content if they come onto his show. Am I a millennial or a Gen X? What do you think, chat?
Infantilize and dehumanize autistic folk them by putting them in a category impervious to criticism. But most importantly, we know this not to be the case, because we have a whole Jesse Dam gender who is autistic.
I have so many thoughts about this. The excuse being like, don't criticize this person because they can't communicate themselves as well because they're autistic.
I feel like the glasses kind of say it all, right?
I used to work at a Boy Scout summer camp, and there was a gentleman who ran the rifle range and the shotgun range at our camp. There was this guy that he had issues with, and at the end of every day, we would do this, we'd march in formation, whatever, the paramilitary Boy Scout stuff.
According to the Jewish calendar, you were born 3,000 years from now?
And we'd shoot off a shotgun, and this guy would shoot off the shotgun, and the one guy who was autistic, he would prepare the shotgun for him. And one day, because he was pissed off at the man, he put in the wrong shotgun powder that was just much louder. And that's dangerous when you have a weapon, even if the weapon doesn't have any bullets in it. And then we went and spoke to the autistic guy who ran the shotgun range about this. And he's like, well, it was autistic. I didn't think I didn't think that it was a bad thing. And I didn't understand. I'm like, no, you run the shotgun.
Rifles, shotgun range at camp. Yeah, I don't know. I'm guessing that like there was no bullet in it, right? Like that's what she's talking about. She's talking about somebody putting a powder into the guns, which makes them explode louder, and that's actually dangerous because I guess you're not expecting the kickback. I mean, I had both at Boy Scout camp, so they like legit like rifle, like an actual gun. They would have that at Boy Scout camp. My camp had archery. I've definitely done archery. There's an Ayn Rand objectivist named Yaron Brook, Sam debated, who is against child labor laws, anti-discrimination laws, and thinks bosses should have the right to fire strikers. Well, like, get that person a Supreme Court seat, right?
Range, you know about
they would fit right in on the Supreme Court.
Safety protocols. I know you do because you teach it. And so to put it off on that is just using your autism as a shield to escape responsibility for your behavior.
If that ain't enough for you, we have Swolsome, who is...
That was your favorite Sam libertarian debate? Do you remember the guy? There was a guy... Oh my God, I'll find it.
Literally autistic and bisexual. Like, literally the same thing as Vaush without the edginess, which is, of course, caucus speak for racism.
Vaush, him not saying it as much as his followers being like, okay, but he's autistic, he's autistic, he's autistic. It's like, you guys need to recognize what you're doing here. Like, this is not helpful to autistic people. This is really not helpful at all. A lot of white autistic folks, in particular, will have fallen into communities on the internet that are really misogynistic, that are really like racist, that are generally just have a lot of shitty attitudes. And they may have a basis that they're operating from where they think like that's kind of normal behavior. I've met autistic men in particular who think that, yeah, it's totally normal to say like scuzzy things to women. That's how men joke around, right? That's how it works. Here's where it starts to get more complicated in my mind is if someone has told you that was inappropriate, I didn't like it.
Does anybody remember there was like a libertarian that Sam debated? I think his name was Professor Walter Block. And the guy said some really funny, memeable stuff. I just can't remember what he said. I think he like told Sam to shut up.
You now have enough information to correct the behavior. So
I remember him like saying something over and over again.
Even if you didn't have it before, now you do. Now you know. And so for me,
why would Vaush even say say that he says the N-word in private? It's only going to embolden the racist and in his fan base.
The ableism comes into play there. When people are like, oh, but they're autistic. You're implying that we can't make those connections, and we absolutely can. To imply that an autistic person can't have that understanding.
Wait, some PDFs had proven their beliefs by baffling their interlocutors?
Who
is that? God.
Who are using ableism to enable behavior.
But let me ease up off your boy Vaush for a second. And get to the gal.
That's Vaush's thing, emboldening racists, yeah.
This one right here is for the gal them. Geffels. Probably one of the newest darlings of the left, due to what I like to call the effect, which is when something tragic happens to a person in a community, a marginalized community especially, and folks begin to rally behind them in order to ward off a common enemy, which in this case was Kiwi Farms. And let me get serious. Let's take a moment. I can't believe I'm saying this, right? But we gotta commend Keffels, because she went up against a system that is the taint of 4chan. Like, all of the sweat and the unctuous grease from the neckbeards them of Reddit and our poll alike, it settles into Kiwi Farms. There are forums dedicated to doxing people, threads that were literal nooses for some Sudokus. And the intrepid Keffels fought valiantly, endured some of the worst of Kiwi Farms.
Problematic to you. I mean, I understand this notion that it's a slightly different than just associating with one. It is actually about allowing someone to participate or not participate in the economy based on their skin.
First of all, I didn't say it wasn't problematic. I do regard this as highly problematic. I wouldn't do that. I think it's pretty despicable.
No. I know you wouldn't do it. Because
Hey, shut up!
There it is. There it is. Oh my God. That is so good. 38, let's say 3806, right?
I wouldn't do that. I think it's pretty despicable.
No. I know you wouldn't do it. Because
Hey, shut up!
That's the meme. That's the meme that I was thinking about.
Then emerged like a phoenix into a shiny career in leftist progressive punditing and also posturing, but we'll get to that. Then she piss on it. I talking about like old yellow style, show the leg up, piss on it, right? She gone on to make some of the most
So yeah, I guess I got to talk about Keffals again. Keffals was somebody I knew going way back. I knew Keffals back when she went by the moniker Clara Aloe Vera, right? And we were always supposed to have a debate about whether cat girls were or cat boys were superior, and it never really happened. But you know, like I appreciated her talking about the bills against trans kids. I appreciated her talking about anti-trans legislation before a lot of people were talking about it. And, you know, although I feel like there was something missing from the fundraising, right? The way that she did fundraising ends up missing some of the people that need that money the most. Like she did, you know, she did put a lot towards doing that fundraising and raised a lot of money for Southern equality, right? And I also feel like she got unjustly attacked by the Twitch poll debate bozos, right? By people like Stardust, by people like Sansoy, right? There were a lot of really bad faith people going after Keffals. And it like, it sucks that she ended up on Team Vaush. It really does. But I guess that's where her heart was, right? I guess she just really needed to say the slurs that bad. She, you know, she hates wokeness so much that that's who she really was. And I didn't realize that. I defended her a lot. I was definitely on her side. There was some really bad like some really dishonest stuff. Like remember the Catboy Ranch stuff that people made up about Keffals, right? That just like there was no basis in fact. All it was wanting to call a trans person a G-roomer, right? And some of the worst people on the internet in terms of, you know, the trans meds that were going after her on the whole Catboy Ranch thing. But yeah, God, like what he's talking about is actually underselling the sort of turnaround that we saw from Keffals in terms of attacking the people that, you know, had been standing up for her, attacking her own side, attacking marginalized people. And you saw that, you know, let's you know make a pit crew, make it as marginalized as possible. Yeah, something like a black butch lesbian, go for that, right? Like that's where she ended up, right? And then she ends up kiwi farming like people in her own community that were not sufficiently loyal to her, right? She literally says, let's dig up the dirt on Mommy Big D, right? And that's one of those Keffals Mean Girl accounts on like I call them the Mean Girls account because I mean that's kind of what they do is they go around on Twitter looking for somebody to bully, and sometimes it's like a Matt Walsh or it's a quartering somebody who deserves that bullying, but a lot of times it's just like a disabled trans person. Also, black butch lesbians were a lot of the initial people calling out her BS. Yeah, there were definitely people who were on to what Keffals was up to before the rest of us were. Honestly, Keffals, I mean, I actually, here's the weird thing. Like, I was aware of, like, let's say the strays that the trans community caught from Keffals really early on. And I didn't know what to do. It was such a weird situation where on one hand, you know, you had some of the worst people on the internet attacking Keffals, but at the same time, a lot of red flags coming from Vaush-ffals herself.
Egregious lies and bigotries we have seen in
Wait, did I miss your message?
This space, to the point where it got so bad that she had to do this. She got help.
Do you think if a straight man is in a relationship with a trans woman and doesn't know it, does he have the right to know she is trans?
Now, let me start by saying this, right? This is an act that we need to encourage. We ought to encourage it. When folks are...
That's a complicated question, right? Are you talking... Oh, God. There's so much that goes into this, right? It's really hard to date as a trans woman, right? It's really hard. If you start up a relationship on the basis of you being trans, you're going to get a lot of people that are into you for the wrong reason. Like, right, the part about you that they like is the part of you that you don't like, right? You know, I've been in situations where God, I mean, this is so complicated. Be okay with people's preferences. I mean, listen, when you say about the preferences, right? This is something that I talked to Xander Hall about when I debated him way back in the day, right? Was that you know, he was talking about genital preference, essentially. That's what Xander Hall was saying, genital preference. And it's the kind of thing where, look, we all have like a lot of different preferences, right? In terms of who we want to be with and who like we don't want to be with. And some of those preferences probably come from a place, you know, that's like, the example I used is like, you know, people might be attracted to people differently depending on their weight, right? And that's not something that you would want to talk about. That's not something you're going to flex, right? And definitely if you've got a friend that doesn't like meet your preference, you're not going to talk about them. You're not going to say to your friend, oh, I would never date somebody as skinny as you or as heavy as you, or right. So there's a lot in discussing like preference. There's a lot of ways that these things go off the rails, right? And you end up like, if you're that person that's saying that, right? So in other words, if you're a person who's like, I gotta oh, I'm like announcing that you are into trans women, but only, you know, when they're post-op, right? Or whatever, which is kind of what Xander Hall was saying, right? That's an insult that doesn't need to happen, right? You're gonna like what you like. You're gonna be into what you're into, right? But you don't have to be a dick about it. And Xander Hall was being a dick about it. And if you know anything about Xander Hall, you're probably not surprised about that, right? Xander Hall is known for being dickish. To wake up my... You gotta tickle my brain. Recently, Bad Empanada... Wait, who are we talking about? Are we talking about Sage Alexis? Is that who we're talking about? Sage Alexis?
Battling addictions and illnesses, then they get help. We ought to commend this.
Like, here's what I would say about your, you know, question. The first question you asked is like, you know, is there a duty to divulge being trans to somebody that you're dating? I'm going to turn that back on you and say that there is something called trans panic, right? Which in most states is considered a defense against committing an act of violence against a person. In other words, if somebody is surprised by their partner's trans status, and reacts violently towards that trans person, that is considered a criminal defense in many states, okay? So trans people have a lot more to be afraid of in terms of dating cis people who are unaware of our status than cis people have to be afraid of being with trans people. I feel like, yeah, that might be something that people don't understand, that some cis people don't understand.
That being said,
wait, were we talking about, or were we talking Keffals? Sent Bad Empanada a DM. Oh god, the Keffals thing. Yeah, after the drama they had where she admitted to using him for clout. Yeah, I mean, like, look, Keffals is on a whole nother level, okay? Like, I don't know what she's on about. You remember, were people here when were people here when Keffals tried to drama bait me? How many people were here? One in chat if you were here when Keffals came in chat and tried to get me to debate her, right? I don't know. I don't want to have anything to do with her. I don't want to have anything to do with that. I saw how dishonest she was to Bad Empanada. Now, Bad Empanada, not a perfect person either, right? There's you know, plenty of you know, things that Bad Empanada does and says that I don't sign off on, right? But just like the degree to which Keffals was willing to lie about Bad Empanada was astounding. So a lot of people were in there. Okay, so people remember this, right? One, because I'm terminally online. Yeah, well, I mean, that was a moment. That was definitely a moment. And you're like, I'm still in the same place as I was before, okay? I don't want to be part of Keffals' drama, you know, click mining, drama baiting game, whatever the hell she's trying to do to stay relevant, right? I don't like, right? I miss the Keffals that talked about the issues that other people were afraid to bring up. I miss the Keffals that was ahead of the curve on talking about all these awful laws against trans people, right? All this anti-LGBTQ legislation, right? That is the kind of thing that I'm doing with my platform. That is the kind of thing that I'm trying to cover. I am not trying to just get attention by creating drama where none needs to be created. And I think that's what Keffals was trying to do with me. That being said, okay, I'm also still upset with Keffals lying about Zara. And the offer's still on the table, Keffals. Yeah, I think I put your name in this video, so there's some chance that you'll see this. If you do see this, right, I will come on your stream and do whatever ridiculous, like, shenanigans you have planned for me. If you apologize to Zara, because I think that it's really unfair for somebody with such a large platform to lie. And you know you lied. You lied to avoid Polly's argument, right? You straight up lied about Zara. Right? She didn't do what you claimed she did. She doesn't have antipathy towards any gender non-conforming people. Like, we all know Zara. She's not like that, okay? That was a straight up lie, and I would love it if you would clear the record. Now, I've never heard you apologize for anything, right? So this might be falling on deaf ears, but deaf ears, the opposite of deaf ears. Drama streamers and debate bros are annoying as drama YouTubers, yet only drama YouTubers get a lot of blank because a lot of the drama YouTubers are gals instead of guys. Are you talking about like the T YouTubers? Yeah, I don't want to diagnose Keffals. I'm not trying to put Keffals on the couch or anything like that. As far as, you know, pathological lying or anything like that. I just I don't know. I mean, obviously she was in a very negative place, and you know, she had a lot going on. And hopefully she got some help, you know, for that. But it doesn't seem to me like she's fundamentally changed as far as where she falls on the spectrum of serious advocacy streamers versus people that are just trying to mine drama for clicks, right? That's definitely what she seems to still be doing. Keffals recently pretended to... Oh my god. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Speaking of Keffals, Good friend Shoe on Head. Apparently she really okay. Did the still besties with Lauren Southern? Yikes. Yeah, T-tubers. Yeah. That's the weird thing, right? Because like if you look at what I do, and you wanted to classify this into a niche of YouTube, the obvious choice would be commentary, right? That's the most clear. I mean, you can say political, you can say, you know, BreadTube. I feel like BreadTube isn't a thing anymore, so I don't really want to call myself up. And there's reasons that, like, you know, there's baggage of the label BreadTuber that I don't really want to carry on myself. But what I do is commentary, right? But if you look at the commentary community, you're not going to see many. You're not going to see many women in that community, and it's almost weird. I wonder if it's just that, like, you're considered a T streamer if you're like, you know, doing commentary content, but you're femme or you're queer, right? It almost feels like that. I do look like a Trump supporter. I definitely do.
Getting help in itself is not atonement. And it is also not a pacifier of the pain that
yeah, this is frustrating. What are you talking about?
The perpetrator inflicted. While you may be a victim of your own traumas and malignments, you cannot now claim victimhood status after inflicting pain at scale.
How is it that Keffels are still and Vaush are still friends with Shoe on Head while Xander Hall broke ties with her? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Demon Mama, Dylan Burns, Shark, and Lance were ever friends with her. You don't think I look like a Trump supporter? That's what we call a unique comment. And sometimes unique commenters show up and they give us unique comments. And I mean, it's pretty unique, right?
But many supporters of Keffels warded off criticism in the
I do look pretty white. Yeah, you could yeah, maybe that's the angle.
Name of her rehab visit. And whether she's doing it intentionally or not.
Well, what is the meta for Vaush being friends with Shoe on Head? It's that Shoe on Head has a large audience. They want to think of themselves, just like Shoe does, as being on the left, but they also like are fundamentally anti-SJW. That sounds a lot like Vaush to me, right? So it's essentially Vaush gives Shoe the lefty pass, and Shoe gives Vaush the anti-SJW pass. Do you know what I mean? It's like a symbiosis. And, you know, Keffels is... There's not a lot of daylight between Keffels and Vaush, right? I've never... Like, Keffels says that she doesn't support... You know, she's not... She's friends with Vaush. She's not, like, 100%, like, on his side in every issue. But she seems to just, like, be completely oblivious of all the stuff that he said that, you know, the people want to know, do you support this? And there's a lot of what he does that she absolutely does support. Xander Hall is way too smug. No drooling, so I doubt it. Yeah, I don't have the drooling. Not enough. The lack of drool or there's probably, you could probably find some differences between my presentation and that of a Trump fan. But like I said, unique comments, right? Unique commenters, unique comments.
Is not only using her status as a trans woman that was attacked by one of the most vicious platforms on the internet, but also her status as a survivor of substance abuse. And she primped and preened the slithering coils of Medusa.
So I'm still trying to figure it out. I'm still like working through with like a therapist and psychiatrist to like work through certain things. But I would say as someone who has struggled with mental health for most of her life, I
mean, think about it this way, right? Keffels set her... Like... Keffels basically set her social media reputation ablaze with the stuff that she did, the pit crew, all the ableism, the pit crew invasion, and then even going after somebody Kiwi Farm style, right? I know, right? She set her social media reputation ablaze, and I mean, she got, I guess, kind of outed by some friends as far as her struggles with addiction. She should, there's no shame in seeking help for something like that, right? And but there is a shame in trying to hide behind that and dodge accountability for all the people that she attacked, right? That I think that's what Foreign is trying to get across in this video, right? We shouldn't look down at somebody for having struggled with addiction issues. But at the same time, addiction issues, neurodiversity, like, right, all these things that have been claimed by like Vaush and Faush as excuses for accepting accountability, like that doesn't wash, and that's insulting to neurodivergent people. That's insulting to people with addiction issues, right? To put the toxicity that you brought to the leftist online community on your status and say that somehow this is like an indelible function of being neurodivergent, a function of having addiction issues, right? And I don't know if this is as much Faush saying that as it is like her stance saying this. That's gross. That is absolutely gross. What's the attraction for these people? Oh, it's clout. It's absolutely clout with Vaush, right? If Vaush had no clout, he would have nobody running interference for him. There's no shame and there's no reason to continue the stigma of of that help, but she's using it as I don't know how much she's using it, and I don't know how much it's like her community using it. What's up, Soul Bunny? Good to see you. This video was, yeah, I'm enjoying this, and this is an important point to bring up. This is one
of my biggest.
This is crucial to understanding, and the kind of mischaracterization of intersectional leftism that goes on in the left, a lot of it can trace back to this kind of a weaponization of entitlement under the auspices of a marginalized identity that you're really only getting away with, not because of your marginalization, but because of your privilege, right? This kind of hiding behind identity would not work in the same way if Vaush and Faush didn't have the axes of privilege that they have.
Pet peeves is when people use that as an excuse to justify behavior. I grew up with a lot of people around that. Like I remember I was in this.
The 137 timestamp. Yeah, we'll go back to that. Do you want me to go back to, let's go back to the 137 timestamp since Soul Bunny just mentioned it. Here, we'll go back a little before, because I feel like I wasn't super concentrated in the beginning.
Gender was a fact. And then the trans community got mad. They started calling her a TERF. Trans people make up words to win arguments.
TERFs called themselves TERFs. Anyway.
TERF is an acronym.
That's not what we're here for.
Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminists. This is a real thing. This is a group of women that hate transgender. They don't hate transgender women, but they look at trans women the way we blacks might look at blackface. It offends them. Like, just doing an impression of me.
You see, I knew the strong with him as soon as he said blocks. I'm not surprised that he said. I'm not surprised.
Dave Chappelle will often talk about the
So there it is. It's momentary, but there's an appearance of Shark in the video. I think that's Shark, right? The amount of seething white neoliberals reacting to this video. Oh God, yeah. God, every time, yeah. Where were we at?
On. Vaush-ffals is not only using her status as a trans woman that was attacked by one of the most vicious platforms on the internet, but also her status as a survivor of substance abuse. And she primped and preened the...
Yeah, I mean, like, okay, so, like, everybody knows that I've got kind of a history with Shark. At one point, I think I had, a few times, I think way back in the day, I had Shark on my stream. Then I had Shark doing an attack video against me. And I've always noticed that he was way too comfortable with people like Vaush, right? I've always noticed that he's just kind of, you know, rocking that anti-SJW leftist aesthetic. But what I didn't realize was how toxic he'd gotten on Twitter until I saw the screenshots. Now, these are tweets that he's deleted, so I guess he recognizes that what he did, what he said was wrong. But holy shit, that I almost covered it, but I feel like I had covered too much toxic shit, and that was toxic. I mean, he absolutely should have deleted those tweets. Those were toxic.
Slithering coils of Medusa.
So I'm still trying to figure it out. I'm still like working through with like a therapist and psychiatrist to like.
Well, I don't know what Shark's deal is. Like, I don't know. Like, right.
Work through certain things, but I would say as someone who has struggled with mental health for most of her life, one of my biggest pet peeves is when people use that as an excuse to justify behavior.
But I will say that people calling Shark out, the way that people like Soul Bunny got attacked for calling Shark out was absolutely wrong. The mischaracterization of what Soul Bunny said and associating it with racism, it's gross. It's an absolute weaponization of the ignorance that a lot of white leftists hold, right? Not knowing the difference between Soul Bunny's critique of Shark and like a white person who would use that word. These are essentially two different words that we're talking about, right? I mean, it's the same word, but the context changes so much, right? And they were able to confuse that. They were able to mischaracterize that, and they absolutely, you know, jacketed Soul Bunny with stuff that they had to know was patently false.
I grew up with a lot of people around that.
Shark was being an engineer, so him being a dude bro was not surprising to me. Only surprised just how much of a Vaush mess he was, being complicit to. He reminded me of numerous guys in STEM. The callouts were inevitable. He chose a side a long time ago. Yeah.
I remember I was in this like...
And look, trans people need to be able to call out you know, problematic trans people, especially the kind of trans people that they're coming from a place of self-hate and they're enabling transphobia. And same thing, you know, with black people who want to call out black people who are enabling racism. right? There's got to be a space for that.
Theater group ones, and like one of my friends at the time was like really mean to.
It's like the N-word changes context with the race of the person. Yeah, it's a completely different thing that you're saying there, right?
This other girl, and she was like, I just have anxiety today.
And there's just so much ignorance, and this is the thing that Vaush does. It's like he weaponizes ignorance, particularly like the ignorance of the white people in his audience, right? He gets so much mileage off of that too.
There was definitely a point where, like, especially during the pandemic, my mental health was affecting my parents, like the people I live with, because at a certain point I was in like a heavy depressive episode, and like
his video on he released his video on your birthday. Wait, Shark did or Vaush did?
I was just like, I essentially had a meltdown, and like my parents were going to take me to a hospital to like try to like sort that out. That's what really like, that was like the moment for me where I was like, I need to be on medication in a general sense, because treatment looks different for everyone. It just prevents incidents like that from happening in the future. Or like if some similar feelings like that pop up, you know how to handle it. But that doesn't justify or, wash you of any consequences because you're preventing.
The other thing that confuses me about Shark is the degree that, like, so unlike Keffals, right? Who there's like, I feel like there's no daylight between Keffals and Vaush. I've never heard her criticize Vaush. She's constantly covering for Vaush. He's constantly covering for her. With Shark, he does try to, when you ask him, when you mention Vaush, he'll be like, what does that have to do with me? Like, I'm not Vaush. I'm not. But there is there is a symbiosis between creators like Vaush and creators like Shark that he seems to absolutely deny. And like, I've seen it myself. The one time, the last time I had Shark on, it was after a debate with Chaos's Mel had debated Vaush. Shark wanted to come on and debate Mel, and essentially what Shark was doing was covering for Vaush, or really trying to enforce a cancellation, which Chaos's Mel absolutely got canceled. Like, and I like as I use this word, understand, right? I don't believe in the right-wing narrative of cancel culture. I don't believe in the edgy dirtbag anti-SJW lefty definition of cancel culture, but I will say that the phenomenon that they describe happens more often to marginalized people, and whatever you want to call that, right? That's real. What happened to Mel was real. What happened to Professor Flowers was real. What happened to Soul Bunny was real. And all of them complaining about cancellation is absolutely stolen valor. Like, whatever you want to call that, it doesn't apply to people like Vaush. It doesn't apply to people like Keffals. Didn't Shark get in trouble? Yo, I don't know about that, Marxist-Leninist. Are you talking about the tweet that Bad Empanada showed? I believe that Shark and Bad Empanada were pulling some fake tweets of each other's, right? So that, I'm not sure. Shark is purposely playing a role that Black people saw, yeah. Yeah, and the only way to combat that is to call it out, right? But you get the entire Vaush fandom harassing you when you do. STEM, nerd, and geek spaces need to start weeding out sexist, bigots, racist. Too many problematic male figures come from STEM and or nerd and geek spaces. Shark, Ned Fulmer, Quartering, JT Tran, etc. I was just the first to call it out in a video. Yeah, because like people had talked about Vaush, people had talked about Keffals, people have talked about, like, I've talked about Demon Mama, right? Nobody had really talked about Shark. And, because of that, you did have Soul Bunny. I really do think that you did something like good there, despite the fact that, you know, that's what they'll that when people are vilifying Soul Bunny, that is what they'll go to as their proof, right? Because not only is Shark kind of running cover for all these people, but you had people in my audience, in you know, intersectional left audience, that would literally be like, what's wrong with Shark, right? And I didn't want to come out and say, well, he made a video lying about me, because then it just sounds like, you know, I've got a personal beef, right? But yeah, there's so much more than just you know, dishonesty and jumping on a marginalized person who's getting dogpiled by the rest of that community. There's so and when I read his tweets, that's when it really clicked. I actually didn't realize how toxic the guy actually was. He yeah. So my massive content creators came to my defense and pissed the Vaush-ites off. I liked Shark's videos initially. Then I watched, watched some of his man stuff. That's the other thing. Yeah, that's the other thing. I always forget that about Shark. I think I didn't really know much about his politics when I met him, and you know, he seemed like a nice enough guy. But yeah, I've learned so much about him that. Wait, am I missing stuff? NCC never gets beefs. She's vegan. Yeah, I'm like not allowed to beef with people. Like literally, if I defend myself, they call it drama, right? So it's sort of forced me to stick to the issues. And like, look, when somebody puts out a video that's harmful, I do try to cover it and debunk it. When somebody's getting attacked, I do try to. It's not always easy to figure out too, because, you know, when they roll up that that dog pile on somebody like Professor Flowers, on somebody like Soul Bunny, on, you know, whoever their target du jour is, it's sometimes hard to figure out, like, you know, what like how to protect them. I take a kind of a different tack for larger creators, you know, versus smaller creators. But the man stuff, as in we men are having difficult time too, and the world is turning against us. Yeah. I feel like I'm missing. Did I miss something in chat? Oh my god, I missed like everything in chat. As a black man who grew up around other black men all my life, I saw right through his whole shtick right away. Do you think that? Do you see that Ron DeSantis ad featured on the Humanist Report? No. Should we watch that next? Am I vegan? Maybe. I don't really. I mean, like. Wait, did Shark did a red pill? Yeah. Shark. Well, I mean, in the same way that, like, you know, Destiny and like orbiters of no Shark. Like, don't get this wrong. I'm not calling Shark a Destiny orbiter. I think I'm pretty sure he's disavowed Destiny. But it's the same kind of stuff, that soft red pill, or like Vaush. Yeah, I guess Vaush is a good example of this too, right? Where he says that the left has a problem with misogyny, right? Not that the left has. Sorry, no, I got that wrong. He says the left has a problem with misandry that outstrips any problem that the left has with misogyny, while embodying the left's problem with misogyny. It's pretty, yeah. Shockingly, I brought LeftTube together, and they sided with Cornbread Tube and Vaush-ites sticking to their even smaller space. That. I don't know. I don't know how long that will last. They've been going after Polly recently, actually.
That going forward.
Has anybody seen that? Polly seems to be their new target. I know that Xena and Poppy went after Polly.
Like, you still have to take accountability for how you acted in the moment, even if it was out of your control. Like, there's like this saying that I really...
Shark said that if you didn't have the same take as Vaush, he and Vaush, that you're not a leftist, that owning CSAM is the same as owning a computer. Yeah.
really love that, like, your trauma is not your fault, but it is your responsibility.
White women in particular have been known for, and rightfully so, for their loyalty to whiteness above femininity when it serves them, only to return to the label of womanhood when it's time to don those I'm with her pins.
With just Pearly things as well, I think the way that she's like directly contradicting the things that she says by having a YouTube channel and by
Wait, Shakespeare, was it Sage Alexis by chance? Like, I can almost guess who, like, I sort of know the list of suspects as far as, like, poly haters. They tend to be NCC haters, too. Yeah, there we go.
Having her own career and not marrying herself off and having children. I mean, that fact in itself just kind of proves that it's quite an easy grift. You know, you don't even have to live the values that you're putting out there. Like, they don't care. Like, as long as
oh god, yeah, Thana hates poly.
You're a woman who's agreeing with them, they don't care. So with our videos, you can kind of tell.
Oh yeah, Sage did an anti-Soul Bunny video. Yeah, I remember seeing. Yeah, it was like, it was cringe too, the way that Sage came after Soul Bunny.
Like, we put a lot of time into them. We consider the things we're going to say, and you know, it's a well sort of rounded video. Whereas if you look at just Pearly Things' content, it's terrible. She just sits in front of a camera and she just talks crap. And sometimes she won't even edit out when she's just sat there like scrolling through her phone. You should just sit there for a minute, like.
While women of color.
Okay, that is maybe a streamer. I've seen a lot of streamers do that. Yeah, but Pearl is an absolute mess. At least Sage said, oh yeah, that's right. Sage did compliment Sage and Xander Hall. I think you know, complimented Soul Bunny's art. But I mean, that's just undeniable, right? Yeah, what's going on between Sage and Bat Empanada? I think I caught a little bit of that. Has she ever not been cringe? Good question. Sage, but wait, like, I'm trying to remember, like, there was something really... There was something really, like, rude that she said too. People who complain about misandry and femcells have no understanding of how ingrained misogyny is in society and systems. Incels, misogyny, anti-feminist, and that's not the irony of it is that feminism has some liberation to offer men too, in terms of their identity, right? Some of this angst that these red pill people are feeling, it comes from being stuck in this essentialized masculine role. But instead of embracing feminism, they're taught to fight feminism. They're taught to blame feminism, right? Yeah, it sucks. Sage is just hating on she wants to build her own little cult. I'm a gay man, and feminism has taught me how to experience my gender in a more real way.
Mostly black women and femmes, as always, tirelessly labor to uplift their community's social position.
Toxic masculinity is imprisonment, yeah.
Getting back to Lena Dunham, once again proving herself to be one of the worst people of 2013, tweeted that she'd be the first openly straight woman to French kiss the first openly gay NBA player. Anyway, and again, Keep in mind
what?
That this is the same white woman who harassed Odell Beckham because he refused to engage with someone so absolutely deranged. Well, let's start talking about language, its many forms, its meanings, and its evolution. A Canadian paper...
Wait. I haven't really followed the femcel thing that much.
The Toronto Star once found itself...
Is this like a label that's being applied to like certain women, or is this a like femcel as in, because I know that like when the word incel started, right, involuntarily celibate, right, it was actually like a woman who made that, but obviously the current incel community is staunchly misogynist and doesn't really have a place for but like and
some internet drama over the concept of race and the verbiage they used. The Ontario Human Rights Commission had settled on a term in use to the reference of people of color. Racialized.
Sage told people to report BE for saying that. Oh, really? Did Sage get? Yeah, BE got banned for telling Matt Walsh to Roblox and Minecraft, I believe.
People. Because they accepted
that the femcel memes are just funny, just as funny as incel memes, but it's just a thing being applied to women who are considered annoying. So it's not like a. Sage was saying all the criticism she got for her pro-imperialist video was harassment. She said that it was brought on by BE with his single quote tweet. From what I saw, femcel was a term created by guys mad that gals were rightful. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I've seen a lot of that too. Rightfully calling them incels, and ignorant Zoomers thought it was the female equivalent of an incel.
That race is a social construct. They decided to use the phrase racialized person or racialized group instead of labels that they said were outdated, like racial minority, visible minority, people of color, and non-white. And so, in the feeble-minded attempt at being the Onion, a reporter at the Toronto Star headlined 5 other labels for people of color, non-whites, racialized people. I mean, surely the commission focused on human rights was being sensitive, just like the Gen Z weirdos.
Yeah, ignorant Zoomer would be an interesting username.
Always being such crybabies and snowflakes, right? Well, readers naturally complained to the news outlet about her tasteless remarks. People hated that she was making fun of it. Well, less she thought that the labels themselves were funny, but the idea that creating new terms that were more inclusive is an exhausting, silly process.
Almost as exhausting as the top of the hour ad break, which I don't know where it's at. Nobody's told me yet. I don't know when the ads are coming. They could be coming at the top of the hour, at the bottom of the hour. They could be coming at the 15 and the 45. They could be coming at the 10 and the 50. I don't even know. I don't even know when the ads are coming, but I do know that they're coming. I do know that they're coming twice an hour. And I do know that if you don't have a sub in some way, you're going to get stuck in those ads. You're going to be behind that filter and you're going to miss whatever is being said on stream or whatever special guests we have in, you'll miss whatever special guests we have in chat, in my interaction with them. You'll miss a lot of stuff. So the way to get out of that is to utilize any sort of Amazon Prime you might be lucky enough to have in order to give Jeff Bezos's money to Irene Geller instead, in the form of a Twitch Prime, which, like I said, I value a lot because I know you've only got one of those, and if you park it here, that means a lot to me. That being said, I also appreciate any sub that somebody buys. It is only $5, someone once said, and that $5 will get you out of the ad break, in addition to giving you lots of cool emotes to use here and elsewhere on Twitch. And the last possibility, because I know that for some people, money is tight. I feel that money is extremely tight. For me right now, I'm staring down not so great financial picture for myself, but there is a chance. There is a chance that you could win the lottery, you could get lucky, and you could be gifted a sub. It doesn't happen very much, but when it does happen, I appreciate it. And I'm sure the people getting 10 out of 10, really. Okay, so I did good that time. Wow, 10 out of... Chat agrees. Chat agrees. Okay, that was a good segue, as we say.
That seems reductive. After so much...
Link Retro says that Twitch is about 2 seconds faster than YouTube in terms of, yeah, I think that's true. Now, I could set it to be a little bit less latent, but YouTube does have some natural latency built into it. Yeah, I want to know when the ads are coming, right? Because I try to mention the subs right around the ad break just so that people have a chance to get out of that.
Backlash.
Or to get other people out of that.
The story she wrote was removed from
It's like 30 seconds. Oh my gosh.
Website on the same day with a community note that the piece did not meet the company's standards. Coincidentally, at the same time, the United States Army was critiqued for not being an imperialist force that assisted in the global domination of the crumbling American empire, but for updating its code of conduct and regulations on preventing discrimination by saying that people who identified as African American or Black may also identify as a Negro. Personally...
Wait, I don't remember this happening. What did...
The term Negro exudes the, I had a dream, and well, golly gee, better go grab me a soda pop after going to such a great party era. But, I digress. The story was widely reported. People were shocked. The U.S. Army?
It's at the 15-minute mark. Maybe they just changed it for everybody.
Negroes? The policy hoped to provide fair treatment for military personnel and family members without any regard to race, gender identity, religious beliefs, or nationality by proposing to provide an environment free of unlawful discrimination and offensive behavior. It then lists and defines the racial and ethnic group it aims to protect, with the word Negro being the one synonym in a long list of various ways those who fit into the term Black may choose to identify. Regardless, they felt the need to publish an apology and recall the verbiage.
Yeah, Jim Moneymaker, thank you for the follow.
So here we are in 2023. We've got minorities, non-whites, and people of color. Many of us hear the term diverse being thrown around to encompass organizations, coalitions, or corporate employees' racial makeup. As in, we're so excited to have a diverse voice speaking on this particular issue. But these are terms that have really come to the forefront of discourse and usage only recently, only to be replaced with never hipper alternatives. Yes, words mean things, but words have and will continue to be replaced with less offensive or less loaded identifiers than their predecessors, which is a process known to linguists as pejoration. If a word that refers to something always appear...
Wait, I'm trying to figure out, what was the U.S. Army policy that he's referencing?
In sentences where that thing is framed negatively, then that term will take on that negativity.
Yeah, because a lot of times you'll hear right-wingers complaining about like a term that used to be used and it used to be acceptable is now considered a little bit racist, right? And I don't know what they're trying to imply there, like a slippery slope or whatever. But the truth of the matter is it's because of racism or it's because of any kind of bigotry that the words that define a marginalized class of people get loaded up with negative connotations. And, white people's use of the N-word, hard R, is is an example of that. It's a word that's meant to disempower the black person being addressed like that, right? And so, and the same thing happens with other with other words, and when those words are kind of thrown to the wayside in favor of another self-definition, that's what he's talking about with prejuration. It said the term, which is a word. Yeah. Well, like, okay for people to call, like, for white people to, like, I don't know, like okay in what context, right? Racism was first, words after, and yeah. Okay, yeah, wow. Well, like, it's like the U.S. Military seems to be like, what, 50 years behind? You can concur?
Harvard psychology professor similarly opined in his book, The Blank Slate.
Actually went to a relative's graduation at West Point, and the amount of racist people that were there was wild. People were booing the black and women graduates the most. Damn, wait, wow.
At the euphemism treadmill.
I mean, I guess I don't have a great impression of the U.S. military to begin with. This is Steven Pinker here.
There's a recent drive to adopt the new terms for disadvantaged groups, and it often assumes that the words and attitudes are so inseparable that one can re-engineer people's attitudes by tinkering with the words. People invent new words for emotionally charged referents, but soon the euphemism becomes tainted by association.
Yeah, the blank slate, as opposed to Taylor Swift's blank place.
And a new word must be found.
Wait, what is that?
Which soon acquires its own connotations, and so on. Even the word minority, the most neutral word label conceivable, referring only to relative numbers, was banned in 2001 by San Diego City Council, because it was deemed disparaging to non-whites. The euphemism treadmill shows that concepts, not words, are primary in people's minds. Give a concept a new name, the concept does not become freshened by the new name, at least not for long. Names for minorities will continue to change as long as people have negative attitudes towards them. We will know that they have achieved mutual respect.
Hypercorrection in linguistics, it's a decision to make a wrong decision about grammar based on a popular misinterpretation.
When the names stay put. Labels we use become moot with our ever-evolving socioeconomic, social, and racial awareness, which is why some may find things like non-whites to be offensive, because it makes white people the default and classifies people of color as, once again, the other, or deviation from the perfect norm. On the other hand, some people may consider minority to be offensive as it implies that people of color, or the LGBTQIA+ community, or women are a shrinking group, when we're anything but. The term Oriental has, thankfully, become Asian, which is now Asian and Pacific Islander. Colored.
I mean, it makes sense because, we're talking about systemic racism. We're talking about institutionalized racism, and language is the perfect kind of institutional, the language is the perfect institution for that stuff to kind of hide out and to mask itself as just being a word that was acceptable a few years ago. Well, yeah, it was acceptable until you put the pejorative to that word and turned it into, gave it that disempowering nature when used. So, yeah, this is...
Transitioned to Negro, which transitioned into Black and African American. If you're from the land of bald eagles and hellish urban suburbia, but white people, that's something that's remained constant. with only those who fit in it qualifying as white being changed. But that's normal. And depending on where you're from, those meanings will change. Colored is a terribly outdated label in the USA, but still very applicable in South Africa. As Professor Hall Liu adeptly contextualized, the term people of color and colored have drastic meanings depending on who says it, what they're speaking on, and why they said it. Which brings us back to marginalized privileged.
In colonial Mexico, white people were called whites, but all other people were called castas in a reference to the racial caste system imposed in Spain. So everyone else was casta. White people weren't included in that word.
Things mean things. Words have power. By using that label, people can wield power over anyone they're debating. I mean, after all, how can they be wrong, right? Don't you see that they're a queer person? They know what the hell they're talking about and can therefore be excused when they say something incredibly racist.
So yeah, it's this nasty thing that sometimes pops up in queer culture where racism is justified by an assumed antipathy of, you know, let's say like, you know, black culture towards LGBTQ people, right? And and we were just talking about this morning. I was talking about this with a couple of mods. The origin of the homophobia, of the anti-queerness, a lot of times is actually within so-called Western civilization itself. Right? Like the example was Uganda. Uganda had a gay king at the time that the UK, that Britain was instituting anti-buggery laws, right? And a lot of the laws that have come up in Uganda against queer people were they precipitated from agitation of evangelical Americans, white evangelical Americans coming over to Uganda to try to spur that homophobia, right? And then recently there was a Twitch panel in which somebody espoused the idea of invading Uganda, right, on behalf of queer people there, which it's just so
racist or transphobic.
We also forget that the people behind
the assumed antipathy, and this is how wedges work, right? There are unfortunately queer people that look at the black community and they see like an elevated level of queerphobia, of homophobia, and use that to justify, you know, their pre-existing racism. And like I said, you know, people that that see queerness or transness as being a white thing, thus erasing you know, queer POC. I mean, the wedge works on both sides, and the effect of this wedge is to break apart solidarity, the solidarity that's needed to combat systemic oppression like this, right?
Those platforms are human beings who will fuck up and make mistakes. Sometimes very egregiously they need to be super held accountable for, but also sometimes in smaller ways. I don't want to say benign ways, but smaller ways. And what we will do to marginalize people is we will hold them even more accountable and extrapolate the harm, even like hyperbolicize the harm, in order to be more quick to tear them down in ways that cis white dude creators will not have to.
Yeah, white people always want to assume that BIPOC over there, quote unquote, justify necessitate, right, imperialist violence, right, and then they, you know, they use that you know, supposed acceptance of queer people as like a fig leaf over that racist violence. It's it's at the heart of something like Orientalism. So a quick definition for those who are unfamiliar with this term: Orientalism is the tendency to see other cultures, quote unquote non-Western cultures, as in the framework of Asian cultures, which were called Oriental. And there's another example of a word that took on connotations to the point that it became it became an offensive word in and of itself, right? But yeah, the Orientalism is a way of turning other cultures into like a monolith, and
to deal with as much. They'll say something awful and they'll be given a little bit more forgiveness than a marginalized creator who will often have more hyperbolicized harm. And so it's one of those things, like, I don't think anyone's owed a platform. I think everyone on a platform should be held accountable for if they fuck up. And it's not just like you should be allowed to continue to have it. But we also at the same time need to recognize that the standards that we hold for marginalized creators is much higher. And we are much more willing to tear down their platforms than we are for non-marginalized creators.
It's the fact that we don't have the space to fuck up. We don't have the space to be shitty, selfish people who tell lies. We're not allowed. We can't. And that's frustrating. And I feel like we won't have, like, equality isn't going to be a thing until marginalized people are allowed to also be shitty.
But back to labels for a minute. The reason labels continue to fluctuate is because of the ever-evolving positions of those being referred to. In many cases, those in the affected groups prefer to label themselves, which is a process called creating an autonym. As they become more socially visible, naturally, terms can also be debated within a group. Like if an American black person should use black or African American. The groups we choose to identify with and their associated identifiers also provide credibility and open the gates of access to that community. If you're black, you can reclaim the N-word. And if you're queer, you can reclaim the F-slur. And if you're black and queer, well, you understand what I'm saying, right? Depending upon the context, reclaimed slurs are terms of endearment or used to poke fun at themselves, while in other cases not used by those within that group, they're absolutely derogatory. What makes someone marginalized to fit into the identified group is what sociology calls being in the out-group.
Yeah, thank you, Link Rattrap.
Those not in the in-group, which is whiteness, in the case of Western racial identity, which white people made, are othered and pushed to the fringes of society, where they're treated as lesser than, or as a means of economic and social fodder. And of course, being marginalized doesn't exempt anyone from having biases, whether internalized against their own group or externalized through tangible actions upon others. And I get it. We all have flaws. It's totally natural to get defensive. But the use of a shield damage our ability to progress as empathetic human beings in collaborations, community organizations, activism, and on our own personal journeys. Shields create rifts where there should be solidarity. We need to encourage dialogue, self-reflection, and less virtue signaling.
Yeah, and like I said, the way that this shield functions, rather than like the way that I like to think of this is that you're not shielding yourself based on your marginalized identity. There is no like real marginalized privilege, right? What you're doing is you're shielding yourself based on the entitlement that comes from your privilege, right? These shields don't work if you don't have at least one axis of privilege. The shield of like, oh, it's okay for me to be toxic because I'm neurodivergent doesn't work for a neurodivergent person of color the same way that it would for a white neurodivergent person. The way that you're kind of getting by on that is more of a function of your privilege rather than being a function of the marginalization.
signaling anger for the tiniest of details. Semantics are famous tactics used by those on the far right and center to antagonize the left, making virtual identities that seem legitimate to derail progressive discourse, because they know that people are huge on identity politics and labels. And it's something that people have been calling other leftists out for doing online as well. So, while we...
And I understand this use of identity politics to be specifically in reference to like a disingenuous shield, right? Think about Hillary Clinton faced with a stronger than expected challenge from Bernie Sanders, fell back on the crutch of calling Bernie's supporters Bernie bros. Now, like, I mean, there are going to be some people that, there are some Hillary haters that are that hate Hillary out of misogyny, but that shouldn't be used as a fig leaf for her calling black kids super predators, right?
Hold ourselves and each other accountable. We should understand how marginalized identities have historically interacted and how people are unique and multifaceted, which sometimes means taking a step back. Not every marginalized person in their community is fit to represent their entire group or speak on its behalf, because people aren't monoliths. And people shouldn't use their labels as a means of deflection. After all, a platform is not a right, it's a privilege. And it comes with a responsibility that not everybody can handle.
And you know what else people can't handle? The truth.
Oh my God, the top of the hour ad break. That's what people really can't handle, right? More than anything in the world, people cannot handle it's not even the top of the hour ad break anymore. It's the quarter of the hour ad break, and it's the 3/4 of the hour ad break. That's what people really can't handle. And if you don't want to have to handle that, you can get around it with a Twitch Prime sub. You can get around it with a $5 paid sub, or if you're really, really lucky and somebody's really, really generous, you could potentially get around it with a gift sub.
Which, as a political scientist, is of the utmost important to me. So I'm gonna let you in on a little secret I learned in my master's program. Finding factual journalism is difficult due to the sensationalization of the sources. Political scientists would swear by the New York Times.
I mean, there's a different way. Like I don't classify foreign man's use of the term identity politics the same way I do like Ben Shapiro's. What he's saying when he says identity politics, right? Is he's basically slamming any sort of intersectional analysis, right?
BBC. Pause.
Whereas as foreign man here is speaking specifically to the use of the misuse of a reductionist version of intersectionality, or a reductionist version of identity politics as a shield, as a deflection, as an excuse for bigotry.
For unbiased news. But even they have compromised their reputation by reporting partial perspectives. Thankfully, Ground News is here to help.
Okay, so that's the we're at the sponsor portion of the video. So yeah, another awesome banger from Foreign Man in a Foreign Land. Go follow Foreign if you are not already. I would highly recommend him as a follow on YouTube and on Twitter as well. Oh God, we got the Elon Musk thing. So yeah, I think Vamps suggested this to me. Here, let me let people in that are follower. There we go. Phoenix, you I just proved your Discord. And what was the other thing people wanted me to cover was, oh my god, Anna Kasparian. Anna Kasparian on Sitch and Adam. That's just gross. And like so disingenuous too. Like I'm sure they've talked so much shit about Anna before, but whatever.
Elon Musk, I don't think he actually watched my debate with Tim, but he did respond to it. Because the post-millennial
terms like identity politics, triggered, CRT, grooming have been ruined by anti-SJWs, anti-feminists, and the alt-right, who just wanted to poopy on. Yeah, exactly.
Millennial, who I think works pretty closely with like clipping Tim's show, and there's some. From the outside, it just seems like there's probably some sort of coordination happening.
I'm not entirely confident we're gonna reach the it doesn't look like I don't know. Doesn't look like we're gonna reach the sub goal today, so we might have to save the Adam and Sitch thing for another day.
Yeah. And look, the left and liberals have their own clip people too, and we appreciate them because it helps us with our program. But this is an example.
She praised them because they said that the leftist mafia were gaslighting her.
Example of what I think Tim was trying to get out of the interview. I don't think he was very successful with it, but the post-millennial put up this clip from the interview and said, "Woke lady Emma Vigeland
woke lady says mean things.
Defends schools allowing young children to access books that show graphic descriptions of blowjobs and give instructions on how to use."
Wait, he swallowed a crystal flute and it turned him.
Up apps like Grindr.
Elon.
And Tim, and there's no quote of me saying that, obviously, because I didn't say it. The part that's in quotes is at Timcast. Why?
Wait. This is so disingenuous. So yeah, the book that Tim's looking at is a book called Genderqueer, which I understand is ironically like a book about asexuality, right? And like, yeah, there is like I don't know if it's a picture or if it's a description of like oral sex, but it's so disingenuous, right? This book was for high schoolers. They lied and said it was middle schoolers, but look at the creep here. Young children. Now, like, look, that's a relative term, so that's how they're getting away with this. Right? I mean, I guess is a middle schooler younger than a high schooler? Sure. So relatively speaking, I guess they're not wrong. But when you say young children, like people are picturing, I don't know, 7-year-olds, 5-year-olds, right? Being, given these books, and they're not. They're not. That being said, Tim Pool is fundamentally anti-sex ed. And being anti-sex ed, and yes, that does mean that sex ed needs to start at an early age, is being pro-groomer, right? Let me explain to you how this works, okay? There have been studies that, as far as children being victimized, it's less likely to happen when they have a basic knowledge of, what sex acts are, for instance, right? Because a lot of times the way that this kind of stuff happens is that the victim doesn't know what's happening, doesn't know that that's not an okay touch, right? That's the very basic basis of it. If you want to defend children against groomers that would and others that would victimize them, you gotta teach sex ed, and you gotta be okay with that, and you gotta realize that children knowing about the existence of sex is not going to make them any more likely to engage in that. It's, if anything, it's going to make them aware of it, aware of when it's being imposed on them in an unconsensual way, and aware of the safer practices when it comes to sex. So it's really gross that he's couching his pro-groomer standpoint, right, in the language of protecting children. That's disgusting, Tim. That's disgusting.
Why would a 10-year-old need Grindr? And Elon Musk responds, disturbing. So I don't even know if he watched it. It doesn't really matter. That was Tim's objective. My objective going in was I want to try to get him to get specific about how he feels about DeSantis versus Trump, because he doesn't want to go there. I want to get him to hold him to account for some of the things that he said, which include...
The book that in question is about a person discovering themselves as asexual. The reason that this description, is that he's talking about is in there is that, this is a person, just realizing that they were asexual after that experience. She said that she would have done the same thing in Rittenhouse's shoes. That's a weird thing to say. Like, God, if I ever had a chance to talk to Anna Kasparian, one of the questions I'd ask her is, how would you end up in Rittenhouse's shoes, right? You're telling me that you'd bring an automatic weapon to a BLM protest? Yeah? You'd do that? I don't think so, Anna. I don't think so.
The fact that he thought that the story about...
yeah, she's grifting. People have... Yeah.
The 10-year-old who had to go out of state to get an abortion was a hoax, is what he called it. Also, the thing about the neo-Nazi shooter who...
Oh, yeah, Dragon Princess is bringing up the fact that, yeah, it wasn't even on a person. It was on a toy. It was literally like a demonstration of factually, here's what that means. Here's what that is, right?
I'd posted screenshots of episodes of Tim's show. I wanted to make sure that that was out there, and also to call him out on like his...
my wife says that the sex ed starts with teaching your kids the same actual names of genitalia and not nicknaming. Oh my God. I massively agree. Look, I've told this story before, right? But my parents were really not good at teaching me about sex. I almost think that they would have benefited from just like a strong, sex ed program in school, because they would go in with the intention of like, we're going to have the talk, right? And then once they start talking to me to try to explain the birds and the bees, they get squeamish, right? And they don't want to name names of body parts. They definitely don't want to use the correct names. And they want to it just becomes this vague, meaningless thing where you might as well have told me that the stork comes down and like, right, with the description. But I remember like the way that the birds and the bees were described to me, it sounded like it didn't give me any insight to what they were really describing, right? I got the I got the idea that you get pregnant from somebody peeing in your butt. That's literally like the impression that my parents left me with, right? Yeah. Because they didn't want to they go in to explain it and they realize, oh gosh, do I need to explain orgasm? Do I need to like what do I need to explain here? And they realize that there's like a lot of information that I'm missing, and they're very squeamish about. It was on a strap. It's hell to give the talk with your parents. Right-wingers will call you groomers for using those words properly. Yeah, when in actuality, them keeping kids ignorant of that kind of thing is them enabling groomers, right? If you're a kid and somebody does something, that is inappropriate with you, you need to know what it is to know that it's inappropriate. Otherwise, that's why a lot of the victims of this kind of thing don't come out until years later, and sometimes statute of limitations is up, and there's no punishment, there's no accountability, and certainly in organizations like Boy Scouts or the Catholic Church, a lot of the perpetrators tend to get away with it, right? Yeah, right. I got the talk when I was 24, and it was me and my. Wait, it was you and my mom?
His style, which is one that consistently reverts back to anecdotes or hypotheticals and does that to obscure what politics really is about. Those are my goals, and and also to be very calm and then potentially that might trigger Tim, and that worked very, very effectively. But this was the only thing they got out of it, and that's nothing I even said.
Yeah.
But the fact that Elon Musk responded to it, first of all this guy does is consume right-wing political propaganda at this point, and that's what the website Twitter is just like.
That's what he's converted into. I mean, that has become clear that the sense that he wanted to clean up a bot problem or protect free speech, you are a mark, and you should be left out of the room if you genuinely think that, like a caller did last week, which I wanted to jump out the window. You weren't here for that. And it's clearly like, he actually hates the political valence of Twitter. He hates the sort of conversations that have there, the ones that impinge both on his company and on the politics that he prefers. And he has decided to make that what his goal, and he's succeeded somewhat. It's not made it like pro free speech. You still have to do all the checks that corporations want to continue some advertisement funds, but you see Nazis there all the time now.
Yeah, and this is the ecosystems he's created. Even like the privileging of the blue checks, who are basically all exclusively right wingers at this point, too, in replies and in algorithmic boosting. But I wanted to point out that the
massive apologies for the truncated stream today. I've got to kind of cut it short. We didn't really make the stream goal. That's okay. I'm going to raid you into Kai Pewter. Kai Pewter is playing League of Legends, which I never played, so I'm kind of curious. Also, Kai Pewter is just a cool person, and I feel like we haven't rated somebody that we haven't rated in a while. So I'm gonna get back to. I'm gonna try. I might throw in an extra stream this week, right? If people want to, maybe even tomorrow would be a good day for a stream like that, and take a look at the Kasperian stuff and whatever else is going on. Thank you everybody for being here. I appreciate you so much. Make sure to hit that like on YouTube if you haven't already, and give the Patreon a thought, right? Because you are getting early release stuff, right? You get early access to my to my video on the Tim Pool, Emma Vigeland, Sam Cedar thing. Anyway, say hi to Kai Pewter for me. Meow meow. Hi, buddies. The sex talk message should have said. Oh yeah, okay, it wasn't with my mom. Okay, well that's great to know that somebody didn't make a my mom joke to me in chat. It was, I figured. Anyway, much love to all my buddies. Much love to my YouTubers, and I will see you probably tomorrow. I think I will do a 4th of July stream.